Oh, we are already live. Okay, well then, welcome from Winter Wonderland, Vienna. We have set everything perfectly for the 7th Young Scholars Forum. The weather is beautiful. The participants are extraordinary. The topic is very timely, but then there is this one thing that we try to avoid to mention, which prevents us from meeting in person. It's a very, very, very sad thing that we have to stare into the screen and not see the beautiful Springerschlösser, where we would have been at our cooperation partners, the Politische Akademie. Anyway, it is how it is. The good thing is we learned a lot of flexibility, and the Young Scholars Forum has always been something that is exceptionally within the events that the IDM is hosting, and we are very much looking forward to this new format, and we are very much looking forward to see how that is going to turn out. I've already mentioned our cooperation partner, the Politische Akademie, but I also would like to mention other sponsors who made this possible. First and foremost, also behind me, visible other side, the Erste Group, and we are also very happy that we continue the cooperation within this format. The Erste Group has been a long-standing partner of the Young Scholars Forum, and we are looking forward to be able, I mean, it's a biannual event, so hopefully in 2022 we will be able to meet again in person in Vienna. We are also very happy that the city of Vienna is supporting us here. We are also very happy that the Federal Chancellery is supporting us, and we are very, very happy that the Land Lower Austria is supporting us. One of the perks of the Young Scholars Forum is, of course, also that we normally would have a cultural program that is accompanying this endeavor. Unfortunately, this is also not possible, but nevertheless, we are going to try to make the best out of it. And as I said, I think we have a very, very timely topic. And the topic is European narratives in search for common diversity. This whole Young Scholars Forum is part of our activities within the framework of our Jean Monnet project, From Fictional to Functioning Democracy. And we are very much looking forward to hear your contributions. I'm going to say a few words about the structure of the forum. So we will have 4 panels. The first panel, Europe as an area of peace and stability. The second panel, Europe as a space of cultural diversity. The third panel, which is going to take place tomorrow, Europe as a global actor. And the fourth panel, if not the EU, has there been an alternative? In the first panel, we have very interesting presentations, and I'm saying good morning to each and every one of you. I will introduce everyone in a minute, and the structure of the forum is going to be that we will hear around 15 to 20 minutes of presentations, and then go into the discussion. We will have the possibility of a coffee break, and we will also have the possibility of a lunch break. The live stream is going to continue to run, so whatever you say will be online. I'm just letting you know. I think we try to emulate sort of the discussions that are going on also in between. Let's see how that works. The forum would also normally be open for each and everyone to attend, and hopefully we have a possibility to get into the discussion. I will also say a few words on what we thought behind this whole Young Scholars Forum, because it is the 7th, and the idea is that we bring together young scholars from and on the region that the IDM is dealing with. And the idea is also not only to give the possibility to present your research, but also in afterwards publish your contributions in our scientific journal, Der Donau. You have received notification about this. You will receive further notification about this. And I can only say use the opportunity. Out of the Young Scholars Forum, you know, it's always like that. You have to pat yourself on the back also a little bit. Out of this Young Scholars Forum, we have had people that not only have won awards afterwards, not only have started a very impressive scientific and academic career, we also have someone that joined the team of IDM and has been involved 2 years ago, which every one of the participants already knows. It's Daniel Martinek. He was in contact with you throughout the organization. He has been taking care of not only helping us to recruit the participants, but also selecting, helping with the logistics. And I am very happy that now we have him fixed in our team at IDM. I remember 2 years ago, we were after the 6th Young Scholars Forum, we were standing outside and talking about what he's going to do in the future, and the whole planning from conceptualization through implementation has been very much leaning on his shoulders. And he is also going to chair the second panel. He's not here with us yet because he is currently sitting on a panel that is organized as a parallel event. If there's one upside to that we have to meet virtually, is that he can participate in this panel discussion and then join us immediately afterwards for the second panel. There's also 2 more people that I would like to thank that are in the background. There is Federica, who's a trainee at IDM at the moment. She's going to take care of our social media activities and is going to tweet and post on Facebook about the presentations that are ongoing. If you want to join the discussion, you might want to use our hashtags, which is YSF and YSF 2020. And the second one, who is in the background and taking care of our live stream, is Mark, who is also a trainee and has been assisting us with a lot of these live streams. We've learned a lot how that functions. We've had a lot of premieres, so to say. We organized 5-hour conferences live streaming, but what we haven't done yet is a 2-day live stream conference. So we are looking forward to how this is going to work. Last but not least, of course, I also want to thank the 2 chairs that are going to join us tomorrow. Thomas Dietz from the University of Tübingen and Bettina Rausch from the Politische Akademie that have also been very involved in the selection process. And I'm very much looking forward to all the interesting discussions that we are hopefully going to have. To the people that are watching this on YouTube, we are monitoring the chat there. If you want to ask some questions, use the possibility. We could also get you into the webinar if you want to explicitly say something. Federica is going to take care of this with Mark. And I think I have now thanked everyone. I think I have said everything that is necessary at the moment. And so I think we are going to use the time that we have to start with the presentations. And on the first panel, we have a total of 5 presentations. We will sort it out. I just saw in the chat, thank you very much. I think we're gonna be flexible, because the downside to this is also that sometimes we have other obligations, and one of the panelists will have to go into another Zoom call. But I think we're gonna manage this. In any case, it's very, very good to see you. It's also very good to see familiar faces, but it's even better to see new faces, because this is a part of the whole endeavor that we're doing here, is to bring experts on the different topics together to foster the exchange. And on this panel, we are welcoming Babrik Kushwaha, who is the familiar face. Babrik is a former trainee at IDM, and apparently it was okay so far that he was willing to rejoin us for another event. Babrik is, when he's not a trainee at IDM, and student at the TH Wildau, and amongst others, an expert on business and non-government academic research. Babrik, thank you very much for joining us. And I think this is also a premiere, because right now you are in Nepal. This would also not possible if we wouldn't do that here in this virtual format. So Babrik, good to see you again, and thank you very much for joining us. We have also with us as a second speaker, Stefan Lerner, who is currently studying at the Andrassy University, Budapest, doing his PhD there, and has studied political science and administration at the University Hagen in Germany, and also studied journalism and communication science at the University of Vienna. He will join us a little bit later. We have then also with us Denis Ivanov, who is at the Corvinus University in Budapest, but also a visiting researcher at the School of Slavonic and Eastern European Studies at the University College in London. Thank you very much for joining us as well. And we have on the panel Gregor Christiansmeyer, who will tell us a little bit about, well, I'm going to announce the topics that we're going to speak about a little bit later. But he studies at the Georg August University, Göttingen, which is a little bit familiar to me because I had a very brief intermezzo as a research associate in Göttingen for one semester. And last but not least, we have with us Isabel Burmeister, who joins us from the University of Geneva, and yeah, we're gonna talk about where you are, and a little bit more about also who you are when it's your turn to present your research. But now, me myself being German, I am always very happy when everything functions on time. It's 9:15 now, which means Babrik will start his presentation. The general rule: try to limit your presentation to 15 with a maximum of 20 minutes. A good tradition of the Young Scholars Forum is also that we will notify you when your time is about to expire. And we are also very strict in stopping you from presenting. And it's even better with the technical equipment because I can just mute you. So keep that in mind. We want to be very thorough with your presentation, but we also want to, of course, encourage the discussion and look forward to the exchange. So, Babrik, thank you very much again for joining us. And Babrik is going to speak about democracy in need of relative improvement as our first panelist at the 7th Young Scholars Forum. Babrik, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Sebastian. Okay, thank you, Young Scholar Forum, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present my topic, democracy in need of relative improvement. First and foremost, I would like to emphasize the point that the definition of democracy has been changing throughout time. For this context, I'm using the definition of Robert Dahl, who defines democracy as a matter of maximization with 3 characteristics: popular sovereignty, political equality, and majority rule. He classifies democracy as a political system having 6 characteristics. The first one is elected officials, free and fair and frequent elections, freedom of expression, access to alternative information, associated autonomy, and finally, inclusive citizenship. So to assess the condition of democracy, in my research, I'm using the data from Freedom House score, who uses the information such as the basis of political rights, political pluralism and participation, functioning of government, freedom of expression and belief, association and organizational rights, rule of law, personal autonomy, and individual rights. So the idea is once in the Freedom House score, they use the number from 0 to 100, where 100 is the most democratic and 0 is the least. The mean is 61. So if we only look at this information, it seems that the most of the countries, many countries in the world is democratic, at least more than 50%. But then what we forget here is that many countries which are really big, such as China, Indonesia, Pakistan, Nigeria, Bangladesh, Russian Federation, they are too big to ignore. The number of people over there are immense. And if we include these numbers, it feels like most of the people in the world are not enjoying the benefit of pure democracy, at least in terms of our definition. And this is not that glossy picture of democracy. The second idea is that people in Pakistan consider that their country is democratic, and their idea of democracy as the experience is different from people in a better functioning democracy in Europe. So these are the 2 ideas that we have. I would like to move forward with. The second chapter in my writing and research is the web of democracy and the difference in experience. So according to Samuel P. Huntington, there are 3 waves of democracy. The first wave being in 1828 and 1926, the second wave in 1945, and third in 1974. So even in different wave of democracy, if we talk about the German experience of democracy, it's completely different. After the World War II, there was Marshall Fund for Germans, and it helped in the democratic process of Germany. However, after the fall of Iron Curtain, the experience of the Eastern European countries are not the same. They didn't get the similar kinds of funding to make the democracy function properly. And in that context, the new system has emerged, which is called stablecracy. So this system is clientist structure. This system is where clientist structures are maintained. Media is more or less controlled. Several manifestations of crisis are propagated to bolster existing government structure and hinder the consolidation of liberal democracies and implementation of rule of law. And this is how this is stablecracy. Again, it is a kind of democracy, but not a functioning democracy. Again, these are the experience of Eastern blocs of Europe. Even on the other side, where there is a better functioning democracies, such as Germany, for instance, and other countries, Western European countries, there are winners and losers. So, and this shows in the elections nowadays, where far right parties are gaining their votes are rising, and the idea why their votes are rising is the failure of failure of the winners sharing the benefit of the winners to the losers, and we are talking the relative terms. So this relative term, the idea of relative term here, can also be brought to the idea of relative democracy, where countries in the eastern part of Europe, the Danube region, many countries are not experiencing democracy as far as the Western democracies, Western European democracies. And this is a kind of deficit in the terms of experience. So now here, we have already talked about the democracies and how the countries differs among each others. Now, I would like to bring some idea of migration into the perspective here. So let's take the example of Germany, because it's one of the biggest economy. It lies in the center of Europe, and take the migration pattern inside Germany from other countries. So if we talk about per 1,000 of inhabitants migrating to Germany for the job in 2018, we see we don't see a pattern emerging between the EU and non-EU countries, and in taking into consideration the Freedom House score. However, when we no, the reason here is EU is open, it has a freedom of movement, and that's why we don't see that pattern. But then again, if we are talking about the migration pattern, let's take about voluntary migration of USA, where people apply for the DV, the diversity visa. If we take into consideration, we see a lot of non-European countries apply for DV more really in a great number than the EU countries, EU Danube region countries. So the highest Danube region countries that apply for diversity visa is around 10 per 1,000 population of Bulgaria. Meanwhile, for the Eastern European countries, the highest is Moldova. That's 163 people per 1,000 population. So, and one of the reasons, there's a correlation. I would not say causation at this moment, but definitely there's a correlation between the country poor performance in the Freedom House data and the migration pattern. So the migration pattern is likely to be affected by the democratic principles. The one more concept comes into place is also the social security system of the Western democracies, which is in some way related. Now, here, the final part of my presentation, it's the prospect of innovation that I see, and that's more important here. So there are three ways I have mentioned in the research paper that the democracy can be improved. One is the Green Party. The one is linked with the story of Green Party. So it started in 1970 as an anti-nuclear campaign in Germany, and in 2016, it won the election in Baden-Württemberg. Similarly, the idea of Green Party has been partly borrowed by the other parties in their political agenda. So here it seems like a cause-based politics is one of the alternatives to the present system. And in the democracies where it's not functioning, it could be used as no vote for corrupt parties. So if, for example, if in a country where there is one political party who has been ruling for a really long time and they are proved to be corrupt, why not have a social campaign, a non-political social campaign, where it also depends upon the collective intelligence, where people not vote this political party and make changes. However, it seems that with this kind of innovation, it will take really some time. For instance, for Green Party to bring its real idea in the mainstream, especially in some countries, it took 50 years. The second idea would be a mixed system where the system of existing government structure and cause-based politics is being used. So here we can have a certain voting mechanism where, such as even in social media, any ideas can be voted, and once this threshold is reached to a certain extent, it could be used in the referendum, and once it is passed through the referendum, the parties implemented it, the present government, and this is a win-win situation for the government who is in the power, and it would be really a selling idea by the government to the people. Once the government says, okay, you can have your voice right in the referendum on these topics, or the idea could also be selected through some system, it would be really possible for changes, especially in the corrupt countries where minorities are prosecuted. It's evident that most of the population are not on that side, but still the political parties, because of their rigidity, they are in different spectrum. So this can be broken. In the third aspect, we can just remove all the political parties that is presently in the system, because it's not the political party that runs the country, it's the administrative body, and people elect the ideas. There could be one of the mechanisms that can be implemented where people really vote on the policies and the administrative body can implement it. So this is more radical, but it is definitely the alternative, or even the prospect of it brings the prospect of innovation in the democratic society that we are living in, and where most of the people in the world are not experiencing the real benefit that the democratic society is supposed to bring. So these are the three ideas, and these are the main concept that I'm bringing in my research. So if you have any questions or even comments where I have failed to explain, please mention. Sebastian.
Pavlik, thank you very much for this presentation. I think you have a lot of interesting ideas, which is probably a little bit complicated to visualize at the moment when you present them without a couple of slides that would give us a better idea. But nevertheless, we're going to try to work on the discussion. I think from the structure, so what for me would be most interesting in the beginning here is, you mentioned that the three waves from Huntington, you connected them to the rise of green parties, which is not something that Huntington in his theory had included, and you also speak about the migration patterns when it comes to the need of reform of democracy, and then you provide these three different scales of solution. I think we should try to bring this a little bit together and try to merge it a little bit, in a sense that we probably better understand your train of thought that brings you from Huntington over the green parties to the solutions that you mentioned. So my question would be, can you briefly make this connection? And then we're going to open the floor for more discussions.
Thank you. For me, I didn't say that Huntington it's related, but the point is that there's three webs of democracy, and I wanted to emphasize that the experience of every country is different in democratic ways. And then I brought the example of Germany. Then that is a German experience. Then again, I wanted to move to the Eastern European countries. That is our target region, where many countries are experiencing stableocracies, and that's kind of bad democracy, but still it's a democratic country, and their experience is completely different. Now, even having that, how to break this stableocracy is the different question. And then comes the three ways that can help making those countries more democratic, at least in the principles. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Paul Kovast, who has raised his hand and wants to say something.
Yes, well, thank you very much first for this great presentation, Barik. I would like to have ask a question regarding the voting on ideas, because I really like that thought. How you would motivate people to vote, or let's say rather dry topics such as tax reforms, or other, well, quite unrelated topics that are recently been raised in Parliament. Yeah, that would be great if you could just answer this question.
Okay, thank you. Just an example, I would like to cite with example. Even, in USA, in many of the states, in the referendum, while they were having the US election, they were asked whether the marijuana should be legalized. In the referendum, within the election, they had this one question at the ballot paper, and most of them said yes. So this shows like most of the people were not against marijuana, the use of this substance, but again, to the political parties, it was difficult to pass this law. So they had this proper. There was this research among them, which was presented by Vox, and they clearly showed that if it had gone through the political process, it would not have been successful. So similar ideas can be implemented, even with the Black Lives Matters. And these are the two examples that really is at the center point here.
Okay, we have Dennis. Do you want to simply ask the question live that you put in the chat? You just need to unmute yourself.
Yes, so I was just wondering, you mentioned a difference in experience between Central and Eastern European countries, the Danube region, which is the kind of the topic of today's forum, and the Western Europe. I thought it was interesting, but I still miss the, kind of precision. What do you mean exactly? And maybe you can actually expand on that. Maybe it can be actually the focus of paper.
Okay, sure. So when I gave the example of Germany after the World War II, at the time immediately after World War II, there was the Cold War. So because of that, there was a much pressure on the US, US side, and from the Marshall Fund to really fund West Germany well, so that it's functioning. There was similar pressure from the USSR side to fund the East German to make the system more efficient, to make them rich. They had the West Germany had enough fund to make the democratic process function well. This kind of funding was really missing after the fall of Iron Curtain, especially when the newly democratic countries of former USSR emerged in Eastern Europe. And this lack of funding could be one of the reasons why some country ended up being stablecratic. I'm not saying there's causal reason, but then in some countries, some of the 10 region countries, where they changed the people in power, where the new people came, they became much more democratic, such as Nordic countries, Estonia. But where the former the people in the power of the people who were in the power of at the time of USSR still became powerful after democratic process, such as Ukraine, the things didn't work well. I hope I answered your question.
Dennis looks happy, so I say yes. And Isabel has raised her hand.
Sorry. Now you can hear me, right? Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Barry, for your presentation. I thought there are really interesting things in there. I wanted to come back to one thing, which is the Huntington's waves of democracy, which has been, of course, criticized for its linearity. And I was wondering if you deal with the more recent research that came out on democratic backsliding and using this kind of theoretical or conceptual approach, not only in Central Eastern Europe, but there has been some research in the Western Balkans as well. And if this, how this fits into your project.
I mean, my topic is that definitely democracy in need of relative improvement. And when I talk about the far right party gaining momentum in also the functioning democracy, I mean, not functioning democracy, it's kind of shortened. Stablecracy it is not neither going forward neither going backward. Most likely they're going backward. But of course, this improvement, innovation is really needed, no matter which democratic country we are talking about. I mean, this is the link that I see, but I mean, of course, I mean, this is one part of research, so I didn't go well in detail. But of course, no matter, even the most successful democracy in the whole world, they're even experiencing the rise of far right. Of course, there should be some problem. I mean, some of and the reason I have mentioned is there are winners and losers, and probably the losers are not compensated well, and that's why they are against this democratic values as well.
Thank you. We have Gregor.
Okay, I wasn't allowed to unmute myself first, but now it's working, I guess. Thank you for your presentation, and I would especially have a look on the question of the party systems that you just mentioned, also regarding the Green Party. I was rather unsure whether the party systems of Central and Eastern Europe are that easily comparable to party systems in Western Europe, especially as we have been witnessing a much more unstable situation in these countries throughout the last years. So parties were newly founded, mainly based on personalities and less based on political affiliations and a mid to long-term perspective. Of course, this is also a bit generalistic if I'm saying it in that way, but I guess there is some trend also to be observed and studied within the general political science discussion. I would now be interested in the fact whether you would consider anti-establishment parties that bring their own program, such as the Czech Pirate Party, which are opposed to the system, so to say, but still provide some policy alternatives to the current government, also addressing the problems that you've named, such as migration, but also corruption, as a starting point for a development like the Green Party made it in Germany. So is this the kind of parties that you were looking at with your proposal?
Okay, this is a very interesting question. Okay, first of all, about the anti-establishment party. I mean, I haven't gone through that party that you have named in detail, but again, if somebody is against any kind of establishment, they should have some alternative first. I mean, I don't see they propose. I mean, most of this anti-establishment party has proposed like proper alternative, better alternative at first. Secondly, when I'm talking about the Green Party, this is one of the cost-based politics that I wrote on my paper. And for the developing countries, or even like less functioning, less democratic countries, the idea would be no vote for corrupt parties. This is a moment that could really help. I'm a citizen of Nepal, and it is similar here. People are really fed up of the government and their corruption. But the point is, even if there are people in the election, we can choose the best among the worst, and slowly and gradually it can improve. That's the idea. Of course, this would, as I mentioned in the Green Party and their rise in Germany, it took 50 years for them to change the system. And so, yes, of course, if we are talking about cost-based politics, it will take a lot of time, especially for the not functioning democratic countries. But it could really be impactful in the functioning democratic countries. I hope you see the link here. And then it is also relevant to all the Eastern European countries and all the Danube region countries too. So and I think the real concern in Danube region, especially in low scoring democratic countries, is mostly corruption. And so it's around the world too, in many of the not functioning democratic countries.
Okay, we still have time for one or two more questions, if there are any. I still have one. I don't see any raised hands at the moment, so I'm gonna jump in here. But this reform that you're suggesting with the cost-based politics, if I understand it correctly, it would mean that this especially for transitioning countries, we would not have to develop a party system per se, as we have seen it, as you mentioned, with Germany, but rather that you would have topics, and then people come together and argue for or against the topic, and then afterwards they would dissolve and vanish again. I think it's a very interesting aspect, and there are discussions on how to reform, and we can see also, I mean, since years and years in traditional party systems, it's said that the catch-all parties are dying, and we see a rift and a split. But also when we think about the possibility to exploit that, and I don't know, I mean, Isabel maybe can say something from a Swiss point of view, where you have some sort of possibility to also vote on single topics, but that requires a lot of, so to say, information that you need to provide. And so, Babrik, how would you envision the possibility of these cause-based politics, especially given the fact that there is this possibility to exploit it from a populistic point of view?
Okay. Yeah, in my paper, I have cited three ways of innovation. Practically all of them are cause-based politics, but again, some of them are more extreme and some are less extreme. Here, of course, to make it functioning and cost-efficient, digitalization is really required, and Estonia is really doing well in this system. I don't know about the Swiss one. I mean, of course, I don't know about how Swiss votes every time. Of course, there's a referendum that I know about, but I have, in my paper, I have envisioned the Estonian approach, where it is digitalized and people can vote much more easily. Or else, at least even it, since in the ballot paper, it was functioning in the USA, where they asked in several states, the question if marijuana should be legalized, and people happen to pass the law. It seems that in many European countries, it's much more feasible, at least from my perspective. But I definitely would like to hear from Isabella, how is the Swiss experience in this regard?
Isabel, do you want to give us a quick insight of how you experience it in Switzerland?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for unmuting me. Yeah, I can give a quick take on voting in Switzerland, although I'm probably not the most qualified person, because as a foreigner, I am not allowed to vote. Yeah. So, but there is a point to information, access to information. I think that's very important. And in my experience, it is also a choice. It is very often a choice to actually take part in a referendum, to the extent that when there is a question asked, because there are so many, I mean, there are so many referenda happening, right? We had one last weekend and then the month before. So they group them together, but you have to vote at least 4 times or 5 times a year. And then you choose the questions that are close to your heart, and those are the ones that you also know most about, and that's why you vote on them. So there's a lot less, I would say, politicization of questions, but that I think has a lot to do with the fact that the system is very decentralized, and the population is, I mean, very used also to this voting system.
Thank you for your insight.
Okay, I think that would mean that in general, for the ideas that you presented, Babrik, there might be factors how to scale your different approaches, because as we heard, yeah, there's the aspect of the long-standing tradition in Switzerland, but also the aspect of the decentralization. You mentioned also, for instance, when you say, yeah, this in the United States, where you have other well, policy-related decisions on the ballot, which is something that certainly could be incorporated into this, but we must not forget the thresholds that are there to actually participate in the US-American voting system. And then on the other hand, you mentioned Estonia, where the bar is very, very low, maybe. So I think one of the aspects that should be taken into consideration here is definitely the factors that we can find in the country, which is, of course, not only this, but also size, capabilities. I mean, it's different if you have to organize it for a couple of thousand people, or if you have to organize it for a couple of million. But in any case, looking forward to the further development, and looking forward also to maybe seeing some of your suggestions implemented when it comes to the reform of democracy. Babrik, again, also thank you very much for joining us from Nepal. And we go to our next presentation. And now we go to Budapest. Is that correct, Stefan Lerner? Or where are you right now? Wait a second. I think there we go. Now you should be able to say something.
Yes, yes. I'm in Vienna.
Oh, you're in Vienna.
Yes,
that's great. Me too.
I'm studying in Budapest, but I'm located in Vienna.
Okay. Very nice background. I've also briefly introduced all of the panelists in the beginning, where you haven't been here. In any case, I'm gonna repeat it. So you are doing your doctoral PhD studies at the Andrássy University in Budapest, and you have studied in Vienna and also at the Fernuni Hagen in Germany.
Yeah, yes, I made my bachelor there and my master's in politics in Vienna, and my master in communications also in Vienna. And now my dissertation is a mixture. It's in between communication and politics, but the research I'm now presenting is about the Visegrad 4 states, and I'm asking the question: are they bringing stability into the European Union, or are they the tip of the scales at the stability of the European Union? And
very well. So then I would say 15 to 20 minutes. Floor is yours. Yeah. We're looking forward to it.
So my agenda for today is first the introduction, then the interest, why I'm doing this research, what is the Visegrad group, who are the participant countries, the analytical framework, the case studies. I just want to introduce them very short. I'm not going through the whole analysis process, as I think it will be much more interesting for you to read them later in the paper, and in the end, the conclusion. The introduction, the Brexit and the illegal immigration are stressing the European Union. So we had in 2015 the largest wave of immigration since the Second World War, which has confronted Europe in political, economical, and bringing social challenges in summer 2015. The Visegrad group, so the V4, strictly rejects the redistribution of refugees within Europe. In their view, a permanent quota system, as proposed by Brussels, would lead to more migration, would not work in practice, and would divide the European Union. And 2016, the British people voted by a narrow majority of 51.9% for Britain's exit from the European Union, the so-called Brexit. The leave will not only change the map of the European Union, but also herald an era of transforming interactions and partnerships within the EU. And today I'm focusing a bit about the renaturation in 2016. So why I'm doing this research, the role of the EU member states in the Brexit process and the migration issue is currently very focused in the academic research. We also know that there's lots of influence of the V4 states within the EU and their political cooperation in the European Union affairs. But the achievement in regards to Brexit and migration issues are hardly noticed. There's only one article from Nick about the participation of the Visegrad 4 in the European Union renaturations with Great Britain. And in my paper, I will attempt to shed light on the impact of Brexit and the illegal migration and the role of the Visegrad 4 states in this process. What are the Visegrad 4 states? We have here Poland, we have the Czech Republic, we have Slovakia and Hungary. It's a unique form of regional cooperation in the political landscape of the Eastern and Central Europe. The aim of the participating countries was integration into the Euro-Atlantic structures and the European Union. After joining the NATO, membership of the European Union became the top priority for the Visegrad countries. And the Visegrad group became an effective cooperation platform for the integration of Poland, the Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Hungary into the EU, which took place on the 1st May of 2004. And thanks to the continued cooperation in many areas and the hybrid variation of bilateral and multilateral relations between the V4 states and the EU, the Visegrad 4 is still very, very visible. And why are they so visible? There is the framework where my research takes place is qualitative research, and it's based on 6 variables introduced by Michel Coran, who explained the recent successes of the Visegrad 4 countries by these 6 terms. So we have the political determination and the support. So the political will, at the highest level, allow the Visegrad 4 countries to withstand the negative perception of the Visegrad countries by the West. The flexibility and the art of disagreeing refers to the principle that the V4 countries are ready to continue working and communicating when one or more countries express their disagreement with the others on a particular issue. The institutionalization, the internal cooperation, and the socialization, which refers to the structured framework of interaction and aims in particular, which means Coran means in this context the personal context between subordinate officials, which is very interesting because he's acting on the lower level. The cooperation and strategic objectives, which assesses the strategic objectives of the V4 with regard to cooperation with the EU, as well as how the Visegrad 4 countries have prioritized their objectives and interests, the focusing and expanding, which is in turn linked to the question of institutionalization. Coran refers here to the routine practice of political meetings and at the highest level, and the self-confidence with greater responsibility, which examines how the self-confidence of the Visegrad 4 states develops through the co-responsibility for the development of the EU and Europe. And what Coran made with this variables is he tries to find out why the Visegrad 4 countries are working so close together, even though their interests are not always the same. So, but in the end, they are trying to be united at tip of the scale, on the scale of the EU, to focus on what they like. And let's take a brief, a quick overview about the case study number 1, which are the Brexit renegotiations. In 2013, David Cameron proposed or wanted to have renegotiations which included a package of changes to the European Union membership conditions and changes to the European rules proposed. The Visegrad 4 countries generally sympathized with his attempts to renegotiate, but expressed serious concerns on the most controversial issue, the obligation to reduce the appeal of the United Kingdom welfare systems to citizens of the less affluent EU countries. And in this, we have to think about that there's a major minority of more than 1 million Polish citizens who are currently living in the European Union, and therefore they were very frightened that they will not have the allowance to work in Britain after the Brexit. And the case study number 2 is the migration crisis, which is also very interesting because only 14% of the asylum applications made within the EU 2015 were made in the Visegrad 4 countries. And of these 14% were 13% in Hungary and only 0.1% in the Czech Republic and in Slovakia, which is very small number. And although the number is so small, even these countries like the Czech Republic and Slovakia were totally against the Brussels wishes to redistribute the migrants to these countries, because as I stated earlier, the Visegrad 4 states meant that it will lead to more migration, would not work in practice, and would divide the European Union. And my conclusion, because I've already done the research, the case studies have shown that the Visegrad states have emancipated themselves since their foundation in 1991, and they can represent their interests in the European Union, and that they can play a decision-maker role in the redefinition of the EU. The migration issue in Brexit, which is very interesting because you see that the Polish are against migration when it come to their country, but are very willing to have migration when it comes to their own people are going to Great Britain. They were able to address their own demands through the unity of the group. And at this result, we four states have established themselves as a center of power. The unity of the Visegrad states in the Brexit, but also in the migration process, could strengthen the status of the region within the EU, and which is the last point is, I think it's the most important one. Even if the Visegrad countries did not always agree on the Brexit or on the migration issue from the outset, these countries have come much closer in the ongoing process, mainly through cooperation on an informal level, and were ultimately able to announce coordinated joint decisions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. We will do the same modus vivendi as in the presentation before. I'm going to give you some comments, and then we open for the floor for questions. So I think it's an interesting aspect that you are trying to tackle here. I think one of the points that I would be interested in is you are looking at two policy events and draw the conclusion that the V4 has an increased power within the European Union, which makes it look more unified than the Visegrad 4 actually are, because it's not in many aspects. And you can see that also throughout these years, even if there would have been unity regarding Brexit and also regarding illegal migration, as you call it. During that time, for instance, Donald Tusk has been re-elected as president of the European Council, which means which was tried to be prevented by Poland, but was supported by all the other Visegrad countries. There are other aspects that we also see in recent history. So my first question would be: is this something that you factor in, or are you just not paying attention to this because you selected these two policy events? And
I selected these two events because I want to close it, and I want to just focus on these events because I think they are very interesting, and they're so linked together, the Brexit and the migration, and therefore I want to take more focus on these two events.
Okay, but there is no taken into consideration that the V4 is not a general homogeneous group.
And that's so interesting because I mentioned it in the last point. What makes the Visegrad group so special is that even they are not homogene, they are trying to come closer within an ongoing process, and therefore they try to do it on an informal base and doing lots of communication, and therefore they are bringing themselves closer. And this is why it makes for me so interesting that even in the start, in the beginning, for instance, when we look on a migration process, we see that on the first-hand side, the Czech and the Slovaks were not against the redistribution of migrants, but then the Polish and the Hungary made lots of negotiations with them, and in the end, they were also against. So. This is a very interesting fact.
Okay. Second aspect that I wanted to mention is there is actually an article by Göllner from 2017 that analyzes how the Visegrad countries would increase their share of voting power within the European Union. And it's called also something like this. I quoted it in an article on Austria and the Visegrad Four. So in any case, I can send it to you afterwards if you can't find it. And the main point is that, I mean, apart from the fact that within the European Council and also the Council or the European Union, 80% of the decisions are taken unanimously. There is also in this study, it comes out that the power increase is especially for Poland, simply because of the, you know, within the QMV that takes into consideration also the population size of the countries, whereas the others are not. And when we look at economic power within the Visegrad countries, we find also a very different aspect of power within the European Union. And so I'm just still wondering, you know, if you take two isolated events, and I'm not saying that Visegrad is not important, and I'm not saying that minilateralisms in the European Union are not important to help foster decision-making procedures, but I'm still wondering if you take two events that are so genuine that they are not an outlier within the heterogeneity, power nevertheless being powerful Visegrad 4 group within the European Union.
Okay, I see your point.
So then I would say we open up to more questions, and sorry if I'm being unfair, because I don't remember which was the first and who came second, but I'm just gonna call it Philip Fila, please.
Okay, first of all, thank you, Stefan, for your presentation. Since I'm also going to be presenting on the Visegrad tomorrow, this was very interesting for me. And I'm going to be touching on these very differences that Sebastian mentioned. But I wanted to ask you, moving like outside of this influence in the European Union, some say that the Visegrad 4 is a normative project actually now, that they're advocating for different values and identity in Europe. So I wanted to ask you, what can we expect from this group in the future? Do you think that it has this sort of power to be, as Viktor Orban says, a model for all of Europe? You know, that Central Europe is a model for all of Europe. Thank you.
I'm not quite sure.
Stefan, we have a couple of more questions. Let's collect a few.
Okay.
Because maybe they are also dealing with similar directions. The next one would be Magdalena.
Yes. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. So thanks a lot, Stefan, for your presentation. I'm wondering, I had the feeling that that you judge unity of the Visegrad 4 as a good thing or as a value in itself. And I would like to ask you just to take a step back again. And I was wondering if you can elaborate a bit on why do we need a Visegrad 4 bloc in the EU, and then how would you judge the consequences and effects on the European Union as a whole?
Thank you. And we take one more from Anneliese.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, perfect. Thanks for your talk, for your speech. So I'm wondering about Austria's relations to the Visegrad group. Before the breakup of the former coalition we had in Austria with the very right-wing party of the FPÖ, there was a tendency, especially enforced by HC Strache, to be friendly to the Visegrad group, and you could see that there was a getting closer in a sense. I don't think there was actually discussed joining this group, but at least you could see that Austria very much sympathized, or the government very much sympathized with the Visegrad group. Of course, now we have a different government. How do you see the relationship between Austria and the Visegrad group, to which it's a neighbor, right now with the current government, and how do you see it in the future?
To be honest, I'm not able to look into the future, but let's start with the first question about the Poland and Hungary illiberal administrations they currently have. It depends on how much they can put pressure on the Slovak and the Czech Republic to follow their guidelines. And at the moment, it looks that the Slovak Republic or Slovakia is not on the same route like Hungary and Poland are, and therefore the stability of the V4 could be or could be less stable in the future. And regarding the bloc building, the European Union forces regional informal blocs. To be honest, I don't like them, and I think it's not good when you have a bloc building inside inside a union. And regarding how the government of Austria is dealing with the Visegrad countries or with the administrations, in Hungary we have no relationship. We have no relationship to Poland at the moment. The relationship to the Slovakia is at the moment really good, because we are learning because in this COVID situation from how they deal with the testing, and there is a good relationship. Yeah, but I don't see relationships at the moment to Hungary and Poland.
Okay, we have 3 more questions, which is Gregor, then Dennis, and then Mirali.
Yeah, thank you. Also from my side, I would like to dig in again into the question of regional cooperation. So you, at the beginning, pointed out the question whether they are helpful or not helpful for EU's stability, and maybe you could take another more explicit take on it, because you always contrasted the work of the Visegrad 4 in your presentation with the wishes of Brussels. So do you talk about the EU administration here, or is it more the council that you're addressing? And do you generally think that these forms of regional cooperation are either helping towards building a European stability, or is it more that they are somehow making it impossible? Thank you.
Dennis, Stefan, let's collect the 3, and then we have a final round of answers from you. Dennis?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. A quick kind of comment or suggestion. So building up on these differences within V4, particularly for the case of Poland and Hungary, that I'm aware of, that although they are in a stronger position to, or they were in a stronger position and still are, to refugee relocation schemes within the EU, there is still some immigration going on because both countries experience labor shortage. So they're, officially they are against taking in refugees, but in reality, there is quite significant amount of people, both highly skilled and low skilled workers that come in. So you can actually look into this statistics as well. For Poland, Ukrainians in particularly, but also non-EU countries, the same for Hungary. So yeah, so maybe this kind of duality, you know, what you say and what you do, can also be somehow implemented in the paper. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mirali.
Hi, I hope you hear me. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. Thanks, Stefan, for the interesting topic. My question would be, first of all, as we know, Great Britain is a much more liberal country than, let's say, V4 countries, especially this Poland and Hungary, which are kind of naughty guys of the EU, because recently they also vetoed the European Union budget for COVID-19. After the Brexit, Emmanuel Macron mentioned that Poland can be one of the leaders of the EU along with Germany and France. And we know like Poland has increasing economy. However, both Poland and Hungary and of course Slovakia and Czech Republic, they need the European Union for their investments, and also the EU needs these countries for, let's say, stability in its territories, in its neighborhood. How can my question is, how can the EU can handle this situation, especially particularly with the Poland's and Hungary's illiberalism? Thanks.
Okay, let's start with the corporations, the regional corporations. To be honest, I think they're not good for the European Union, because as long as countries are united themselves against the European Union, they make something like a destabilization of the European Union. But nevertheless, the European Union forces those regional corporations, like we have the Free Seas cooperatives, which is very interesting that Austria takes part at the Free Seas activities, and I have never heard about that before I started to look deeper into it. So the European Union forces regional corporations, but they are bad for the stability. And the last question was, can you repeat it? Sorry, I've written down, but I'm not able to read my handwriting. Sorry.
Yes, it's fine. I hope you hear me again. So, I mean, Poland and Hungary are always problematic members, especially making decisions. For example, recently they vetoed the budget of the EU.
So, as long as they say no to the things which come from Brussels, they're a big problem, because we need unity in the European Union, and as long as they say no, they're a big problem. And the European Union has to redefine itself how they can handle those countries who prefer to say no.
Thank you.
Right. So, Stefan, thank you very much again for the presentation. I think there is quite a few remarks that hopefully help you in your research, and I've put in the chat
cool.
an article, shamelessly self-promoting my article, but it's the easiest way. I don't remember the name of the article by Göllner, but it's cited in this article, so you find it there.
Great, thank you very much.
Which brings us to our third presentation for today before we go into a coffee break. And our third presenter is Denis Ivanov, who is a visiting researcher at the School of Slavonic and Eastern European Studies at the University College in London. I'm very much looking forward to from where you are joining us, but also at the Multidisciplinary Doctoral School of International Relations at the Corvinus University of Budapest. And today we're gonna also look at one of the V4 countries, but in combination with a former USSR country, because the title of the presentation by Denis is Everything in Moderation, Institutions, Economic Inequality, and Demand for Populism in Hungary and Lithuania. Very much looking forward to it. Denis, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. I will share with you my screen.
Please.
So yeah, although I'm not German, I would still like to really keep to the time. So I'll go for 15 minutes, and then I will be more than happy to receive your questions or suggestions. So when I applied, well, it was kind of in the summer. So since the summer, a lot of things happened, and also it changed. The topic of my presentation has changed, but it's still on Hungary and Lithuania. So so my presentation is actually looking at the populist supply rather than demand, and we will look at what actually happened there. Did the political parties, populist political parties, how they switched, how they shifted their position, whether they adapted to the new realities, whether they simply zigzagged between elections, or they didn't shift their positions. So I am currently at the Corvinus University of Budapest. So I'm in Budapest. I ran away from London as soon as I heard about the herd immunity strategy in March, I think. So I'm safely here, and I also have a newborn in the next room. So if you hear any baby noises, please don't be scared. It's not me; it's the baby. So this is the. I'm a part of the project. That's why I'm kind of affiliated with two universities. So the project is on populism in Central and Eastern Europe. It's called Fatigue, and I'm one of the 15 early stage researchers dealing with with populism from different perspectives. And I'm actually at the economics department. And besides the economic emphasis, I'm also looking at parties, how political parties have shifted as well. So quite political science oriented. Let's start with the introduction. So we all heard about populist parties. There have been numerous definitions: who populists are, what populists do, and besides right-wing populism or far right, as well as extreme left, there's, especially in Central and Eastern Europe, what you have is the populism that is closer to the center. So on the demand side, there's been at least two catalysts that have prompted people to vote for populist parties to various degrees. So some people, some authors claim that the rise of economic insecurity, exacerbated by economic crisis, has pushed people towards looking at anti-establishment politics. The other side looks at cultural backlash. So voter preferences has shifted, values have shifted, and this is one of the catalysts why people vote for populist parties. However, less has been said on the supply side. What about the parties themselves? Did they kind of adapt to the new realities of the median voter or not? So if on the demand side you have two reasons why people would vote, emphasized and made more acute by the two exogenous shocks, which is the economic crisis and refugee crisis. We're talking about Europe. What about on the supply side? What about parties? Did they shift their positions based on those two crises or not? So I have two aims. I'm kind of trying to introduce a new theoretical framework. I'd like to test my hypotheses on the comparative example of Lithuania and Hungary. But first, let's discuss why those shifts happen. So what I mean by shifts is when party suddenly decides to change its rhetoric, change its ideology, change its position between election, and kind of move away from their traditional political, let's say, denomination. So the causes might be different. Some authors say that, well, parties look closely what happens to their voters. If they shift their positions, if they shift their preferences, then they would shift as well alongside the voters, because they really want to be close to their voters. It also depends on the type of party. So niche or mainstream party, with niche parties just appealing to a couple of issues, for them, maybe it's much more riskier than the mainstream parties to shift their positions. Also, the amount of competition and the success of niche parties or other parties might give an impulse for parties to shift their position and kind of to take over the issue ownership, right? So think about the success of right-wing, far-right parties, and what happened to mainstream parties. Did they actually did they become tough on immigration or not? Then timing in previous elections, as well as external shocks would have been mentioned. What I also like to suggest is, besides those political science theories, maybe a theory from international trade can actually help us to think about it. So there is a product life cycle theory, which is an alternative to supply and demand, which says in order to bring a product into the market and to increase sales, the product has to go through different stages. Introduction, then it matures with sales increasing, and then it declines because, well, the market has been oversaturated with this product, so people are not interested in as well. If you look at it from the politics perspective, populist parties or parties in general bring their political program to the market and let voters decide if they want to vote or not. With which reset and shift or shifts and the change in the direction that the party is going, in this way they don't have to rebrand themselves, change their, let's say, name, splinter off another party, but they just kind of renew their message. They have a different message with keeping the brand afloat. Okay. On the consequences side, you basically lose or win based on how you move, how your position moves between the elections. And well, the research has been done, but it's also scarcer than on the cause side. But the main finding is that going tough on immigration actually does not help mainstream parties to prevent vote loss to niche parties that and far-right competitors. There are also 5 different models how party shifts happened. So basically, the party doesn't do anything, so staying put. They alternate their positions within between elections. They look back at the past result and see, well, it didn't make it. The strategy might not have worked, so let's move away from it. Or they also look at what happens in the party system. So this is my theoretical framework. And on the left-hand side, you can see the what happens with the voters. So we have at least 2 issues. That's what I'm focusing on: welfare and immigration, and 2 crises in 2008 and 2015. And then if we assume the connection between voters and parties, those issues have become salient not only for the voters, but have become important for parties as well. So they decide on whether to shift their positions or not, which leads to electoral success or failure. Also looking back at previous elections at time -1. What I'm trying to test, especially in this paper, is the moderating or mediating effect of party system and electoral institutions. By electoral institutions, I mean rules and regulations that govern elections in a particular country, and party system is not only competition, but fragmentation of the party system and what other competitors do. Why Lithuania and Hungary? Well, in Central and Eastern European region, you have populist parties that have been in existence for a longer time, and they have moved from being a challenger, anti-establishment party to mainstream. Think about Fidesz in Hungary, PiS in Poland, and other parties, which are actually close to the center. And they also have visible positional shifts, as we will see later. Both countries have tripolar party competition with conservatives, liberals, and social democratic camps to various degrees. Some parts are more stronger than the others, and both countries have kind of same initial conditions in terms of at the beginning those parties have been successful anti-establishment, but diverging paths, meaning that in Lithuania now populists are not as successful as in Hungary. All right, so okay, the first example is highly mediatized. So people who are familiar with the region know the story about how a young anti-communist Viktor Orban and in the early 90s have moved to the center. So I propose the first shift is from liberalism to conservatism. So the very beginning, Fidesz was an anti-communist party. They campaigned in first 3 elections on a program emphasizing economic liberalization. It was still quite conservative, but definitely on the liberal side. Then they looked back at the disappointing result in 1994 and tried to move closer kind of to the center, they renamed their party and became a civic kind of party, with the word Polgari actually meaning more of the conservative middle class. So they moved to the center, also looking at other competitors, and were quite successful. The second shift is actually when Fidesz spent 2 times in the position from 2002 to 2010, basically waiting out the economic crisis and the political crisis which happened to the governing party, which was the Socialist Party. There was a whole scandal about leaked conversations. So on this wave of post-crisis and post loss of trustworthiness in party system as a whole, Fidesz came back. But during that time, what they did is they've tried to kind of reconnect with their voters, and have actually attracted and converted conservative middle class within its civil circles movement, which was like an ideological club and newsletter on what is happening in Hungary, also from a very conservative Christian perspective. It involved more than 4,800 events. So in this way, the party tried and pitted the different parts of the society, and it has managed to dislodge liberals and former socialists, and kind of attract the civil society, right? So at that time, they transformed itself from an anti-establishment, what they were at the beginning, to catch-all people's party in a classic sense. The third shift, which is what we probably are aware of, is becoming the far right, what is happening right now, and the full emphasis and embrace of us versus them ideological and political rhetoric of populists. I'm not going to get really technical, but just on the mediating effect of electoral system. So when they were in government in 2014, they've managed to change the electoral system and make it more to the benefit of the winner. So as you can see, in 2014 they scored less, but they've gotten the same amount of seats because of modifications to the electoral system as well. And if you look at, let's say, 2008, what happens from 2008 and what happens since 2015 on 2 dimensions, left-right economic and immigration policy. This is the data from expert survey Chapel Hill. On the economic stance, there is not much variation. When on immigration policy from 2015, actually an increase is significant. On what about the Lithuanian case? The Lithuanian case is much less mediatized. So Labour Party is headed by a Russian-born businessman, Viktor Uspaskich, who is famous for his TV show appearances and antics, as well as the event which is happening every year in one of its strongholds, in one of the cities in Lithuania, which is an ice cream rain. And he or his political colleagues get on a helicopter and throw away ice cream in the whole of the city. Now they're not throwing away ice cream, but the coupons you get ice cream. But it happens every year. So this is the party that has gotten into the parliament in 2004 on the wave of impeachment of the newly elected president. So it was a low all-time low in turnout, and this anti-establishment wave was capitalized. They capitalized on that. So their message is center left, more or less, very simple and straightforward. They emphasize minimum wage, pensions, the social benefits. You can actually see from the name of the party, Labour Party. So they spent some time in government, and they fell out because of the crisis and corruption scandals, especially. So this prevented them from moving closer to the voters, as in Fidesz case. Well, because of the loss of trust, they've tried to institutionalize itself, and they opened offices abroad as well, with a high concentration of Lithuanians working abroad. But during that time, they really couldn't build this voter party connection. However, keeping with their stance on social benefits and on fatigue of people in terms of austerity, they came back in 2008. Right, so they came back in 2008, and similar to Fidesz, that by now has overtaken Jobbik, which is a far-right party on issues of immigration. So it's actually much more anti-immigration than Jobbik itself. The same happened with the Labour Party, converging on issue of migration with a Lithuanian version of Jobbik in 2019. This is also only the remnant. So my point here is that instead of moderating their positions in terms of crisis, when populists are mainstream, they actually still emphasize the extreme positions, especially on immigration, less so in an economic dimension. So this is some of the screenshots of the 2016 anti-refugee campaign. So this is the new chairman that tells people to stop looking at refugees through pink glasses, and he shows the audience the Sun newspaper. The result is actually the bet on the wrong horse, because Lithuania didn't receive virtually any refugees. So they emphasized this, but they kind of fell out because they didn't manage to capitalize it in the reality. So I'm running out of time, but just to make one point, that similar to Hungarian case in Lithuania, the electoral system has also helped them not to fall out of the parliament completely. So in the election of 2016, they got less than 5%, but because of the parallel mixed party system, they're actually able to send 2 MPs to the parliament. In terms of conclusions, the last 2 slides. For Lithuania, you can see there's a clear shift in terms of immigration, anti-immigration, and some zigzagging on economic policy. For Fidesz, we cannot see the shift would happen in the 90s here, but you can see clearly 2 shifts on immigration as well, less so on economic issues. And what we learn from it is that actually shifting is kind of new wine in the same bottles. You get the same brand, but you shift your position, which is still costly, but probably not as costly as rebranding your party itself. And unlike the literature, what I find is that when becoming a dominant mainstream party, populists do not have an incentive to moderate their position and do the opposite, take up extreme positions. Because of the competition on the far right, The same, to some extent, also happened now in Poland and abortion issues. So for some reason, populists emphasize the extreme positions rather than moderate them in times of crisis. And in some cases, they get compensated for it if they kind of walk, well, they do what they promise, and the issue is silent in the political arena. In other cases, as Lithuanian, it didn't work. All right, that's me. Thank you, and I hope to get questions from your side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dennis, for that interesting presentation. I have to confess, I had no idea about the Lithuanian political party situation before I read your abstract, and I know even more now after your presentation. In any case, I think it's an interesting basis that you found when we look at the points that populist parties are, once they are in power, actually getting more extreme to be able to stay in power, if I understand your hypothesis here correctly. Again, you're looking at those two cases. Is there other factors that you have looked at that would actually that would actually support this? Because I mean, a little bit with Hungary, I at least follow it from a professional point of view, but in Lithuania, I've absolutely no idea, and there might be other cases where they actually might contradict what you found here. So, did you take this into consideration?
So I haven't looked at other cases. What I was always pointed out by other people is to maybe include Poland in this case. So how PiS kind of become also similar case to Fidesz. But for me, it is very similar, right? So Fidesz and PiS very similar. When in Lithuania, it's much less so. Interestingly, even more interestingly, that in Lithuania, there are some populists, but they're not successful because well, they in 2004, one of the impeached presidents was a part of kind of, at that time, very conservative, but a bit later more far right party. So people kind of get disappointed in that, and the whole, you know, appeal to nation and nativism disappeared. And at the same time, so if you're looking at other cases in Europe, there's probably less what is happening in Visegrad countries in Baltics than other places. And it's a puzzle, because if you think about the crisis and how economic inequality has gone through the roof in the Baltics since the crisis, and what happened with the bailouts in Latvia and other places, people would have to turn to anti-establishment parties for the support. Except for Estonia, where now they have a populist party in government, but it's a minor coalition partner. There is no such huge wave of support, right? Which kind of contradicts the main finding on the demand side. So this is the case, and probably there are other factors that are at play. And I think the rise of populism is not very straightforward. Well, just people shifted their positions, and people started voting for them, but it's kind of all around. So it's supply and demand in other factors. I would also maybe point to the lack of trust into authorities. One of the reasons why people vote. But I mean, a lot of research should be done on that front. But another thing is what type of populist parties, right? If we think about Western European countries, you have mostly, you know, far right kind of parties that have been on the margin, and they came out in the spotlight, and you see them now. When in Central and Eastern Europe, you have more centrist, you know, because at least in my perspective, my very subjective view, Central and Eastern European countries, kind of everybody's shifted to the right a bit because of the painful socialist experience, right? So when you have this shift to the right itself, kind of populists do not seem that, well, not that shocking and crazy anymore. And they also are not far right into immigrant because they're not really that much immigrant. I mean, I just elaborate a bit, so it's a lot of issues to talk through.
Yeah.
I hope I answered at least partially your question.
You did. I mean, I think an interesting aspect that you mentioned here is that normally you campaign with this anti-establishment agenda as a populist party, but in all three cases now, even, I mean, again, if I understood Lithuania correctly, because I have no idea there, but in Hungary and also in Poland, we're speaking about parties that have been in power before, and then, you know, not very moderate in the case of peace, rather moderate in the case of Fidesz, and then getting back into power, utilizing, and then also trying to soak up the far right populist agendas and parties. So again, I mean, there might be other cases that are not worth thoroughly examining, but maybe have a look at, maybe even outside of Europe. Yeah, not that I could, on the top of my head, name one, but it might just be something that is worth also looking at. I had two hands, now I have one. Now I have two hands again. So it was Philip. Mirali decided against, but feel free if you want to. And we have Paul. I would ask you both, please, to ask your questions first, and then Dennis can answer them.
Okay, can you hear me?
Philip, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, Dennis, I think what you're saying absolutely makes sense. If you're a populist party and you have anti-establishment appeals and you become the establishment, you're seeking new enemies, right? But I wanted to highlight one case that doesn't fit the pattern. This is the ANO party in the Czech Republic, who has mostly remained centrist, even though they've been in power for about 3 years now. So it would be probably interesting for you to look into it. Thank you.
All right, and Paul.
Yeah, from my side, I would be interested in, you mentioned the demand sides and the external shocks. If in the current situation, having an economic crisis and the coronavirus fallout, you would see a positive or rather negative future for the parties you mentioned?
Yeah. Thank you for your questions. The first one, I haven't looked into this technocratic populism in the Czech Republic, but it's definitely an interesting case, especially when the richest Slovak is at the head of the populist centrist party in Czech Republic. It's very, very interesting. On the demand side, with the COVID situation, and nobody really knows. Very interestingly, they had elections in October in Lithuania. So the Labour Party got back. So it got maybe like 10%. And it tried to balance and be kind of closer to the center. And is actually updating the definition of populism. But because how they got back with all the corruption scandals and so on, again, putting populist politicians on the list. So it's still for them, you know, your ideological stance doesn't matter. So they brought in one Australian Lithuanian in. He promised a lot of things. You can also vote ranking your preferences in Lithuania. So he got voted up, and the older chancellor, the show business guy who throws the ice cream from the helicopter, he also came back. He was the member of European Parliament, but he came back to campaign. So they did absolutely everything, and they got back. So they got 10%. They're not in the government, and they basically have to show what they can do while in a position. Also trying to balance and actually saying like, hey, but we also support the government initiatives now with all the COVID situation. I don't know what's going to happen, but I think that the crisis, especially the consequences of it, so the inequality will definitely go up. You know, people who can work from home and people who cannot work from home, who get exposed to the virus, I mean, the differences will grow. The wealthy, so the top wealthy people will keep their money, while the lower income earners will get poorer. So it definitely will affect Eastern Europe, especially. In Hungary, we see all of these corruption scandals that are happening, and get to the not only corruption scandals, but you know, if you read the news, it's very interesting what is happening. In 2000, what's very interesting what's happening with the media. So this is a part which I'm not covering, but actually one of the researchers is in our project. How the media, you know, so you have all these scandals, people are talking about it. It becomes this anecdote how the most anti-LGBT person is actually an LGBT person, and all of these things. People talk about it, but if you don't see it on the government-sponsored media, you have the suspicions, you know, but why you don't talk about it? So a lot of these things, I think,
was the German intelligence service, of course.
Yes, German intelligence service definitely working in Brussels and hiding in those lockdown parties, and yes, running after people with backpacks and drugs in them. So I don't know. So media definitely contributes to better, you know, information flow. And in Lithuania, maybe the rise of YouTube media and just independent channels is kind of mitigating this. So it's really hard to tell, but I think those differences with was been mentioned in the first presentation, the winners and losers of transition, now probably winners and losers of COVID crisis. I think it's also only gonna get stronger. So I don't know. Let's see.
Dennis, thank you very much. Thank you very much also to the other two presenters that unfortunately had to leave us for the first part of the first panel. There's not going to be free ice cream. One very interesting fact that I also learned. But I think we deserve a cup of coffee. So we will take a 15-minute break. And remember that everything, you know, I encourage you to talk to each other. Everybody should be able to unmute themselves. I will give everyone the possibility to speak, but remember, we remain live on YouTube, and everything that you say will be broadcasted into the world. And you know, especially in Hungary, they have made very bad experiences with things like that. So enjoy your cup of coffee, and we will meet back at 10 minutes past 11. The last presentation of the first panel, and the presentation will be held by Isabel Burmeister, who is a PhD student at the University of Geneva at the Department of Political Science and International Relations. And she is working on EU and Russian hegemony in the shared neighborhood between coercion, prescription, and non-cooptation. And today she will have a special look at Moldova with a presentation titled EU and Russian Hegemonic Power in the Shared Neighborhood Foreign Policy Through Coercion in the Case of Moldova. Isabel, the floor is yours.
All right, that's right. Thanks, thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I am indeed a researcher, a PhD researcher at the University of Geneva at the Political Science Department, but also at the Global Studies Institute of the university, and currently speaking to you from Warsaw, Poland. So that's reality, I think, in this pandemic. And today I will speak about part of my my PhD research, which indeed looks at EU and Russian hegemony and power relations in the shared neighborhoods. More specifically today, I look at coercion and the case of Moldova. So I will quickly walk you through a few of the elements, which starts with a research problem, which is in a more abstract way, the relations between regional powers and this idea of a shared neighborhood or shared neighborhoods. And this is very much anchored in the idea of a post-Cold War multipolar international system, and also the emergence of regions, so world of regions, regional powers, major powers, and regional orders. So that the whole wave of comparative regionalism, regionalization studies, and so on and so forth. And here we see a bunch of studies and a bunch of theoretical conceptual reflections in the literature on how regional powers actually approach their neighborhoods and what are the strategies they use. And here the literature agrees that there are different strategies, among which empire, hegemony, leadership, all of which have been used to look at the strategies of different regional powers in Europe, but also outside of Europe. And then a bit more recent research, which is still very nascent, but nevertheless fascinating, that looks at the interaction of major powers in precisely shared neighborhoods, overlapping regions. And here we look at different interactions from coexistence to conflict, with cooperation, competition in between. And this goes back to the very basic idea of international relations as cooperation or competition. And so the question that I start off with is this interaction and how this interaction affects, on the one hand, the countries that are located in these shared neighborhoods, but also how does this interaction actually affect the effectiveness or the outcome of these different neighborhood strategies. And here I look at one of the many that exist, but I look at a more competitive relationship. And in this type of interaction, the strategy used by regional powers is hegemony. And so this brings me to, on the one hand, the research question, which is to what extent does the competitive interaction of major powers and shared neighborhoods affect their hegemonic power within this region, within this neighborhood, and thereby, on the one hand, contributing to this new literature on major powers or key powers in shared neighborhoods and their strategies, but also looking more into the conceptual debates and developing several mechanisms on interstate hegemony and how it works, today focusing on coercion. And I will get into this in a moment. So the basic theoretical framework comes from the idea of hegemony as a particular kind of an international hierarchy. And within this hierarchy or order, there is a leading political community, a polity that uses its capabilities, mainly military, economic, to organize to order or organize the relations among the polities in the region. And hegemony is a very interesting concept because it provides a balance between, on the one hand, coercion, and on the other hand, consent. So it's a little bit of both, which is why it's situated between the more empire, hard power concepts of control, and then on the other hand, attraction, leadership, and these kinds of things. So hegemony is really this interplay between coercion and consent, situated in between. And so as a strategy, it is distinct from other strategies, as I said, empire or leadership, for example. And to better understand the concept, also the literature makes a difference between different types of hegemony. And so when looking at coercion, we look at what Destradi calls hard hegemony. So the use of coercion, but no recourse to military means. So no use of force in that sense, because that would then lead to control or empire, different types of strategies and forms. And so the means used for this type of hegemony are mainly sanctions, threats, economic security, but also military pressure if the opportunity arises. So coercion, in the sense, becomes an instance of hegemonic power, so a mechanism to understand hegemonic power. And that is because coercion is defined as the use of threats and actions to pressure an actor to do something that it does not want to do. It always involves some costs or pain on the target or on the actor that is coerced. There is always an implied threat also to increase the cost or pain if the target does not comply. And this relates to the discussion of power and power as a relation, and the definition of power in political science and IR. So here I take Dahl's definitions of the first phase of power, actually, of the ability of actor A to get actor B to do something it would otherwise not do, very much focusing on the first element. So there needs to be an overt conflict of interest between A and B, and there is a behavioral methodology to this. So interests are viewed as preferences, and they are articulated in the political arena. This is why they're overt. It is an overt conflict. Then what also needs to be taken into account is the response, of course. And so we look at the responses to A's action can be different nature, of course, but generally we can distinguish. We can say either it is in line with A's intent, which then would make it positive power, or it is contrary to A's intent, nevertheless being an action that B would otherwise not have undertaken. So it is an instance of power, but it is an instance of negative power. Only when there is no response, when there's no action that would otherwise not have occurred, there can be said to be no power. And then, because this is based on a very rationalist understanding of this A-B relationship, the motivation for B's behavior is the fear of deprivation or of sanctions in case of non-compliance with the threat or the action and the demands. And so this leads me to two working hypotheses. That is the first one related to more the strategy used. So when we speak of hegemony, as I said, we speak of a very delicate balance between coercion and consent. And then when we look at competitive interactions, we expect that there's less consent perceived, precisely because there is a competition and there are different options available. And that's why the more competitive the relations are between major powers, we expect them also to use more coercion and to try to coerce countries to act in line with their interests. And then the second one, more looking at the responses and at the effect it has on the neighborhood countries. So they act based on rational calculations according to this, definition of hegemonic power, and the fear of deprivation of benefits through, for example, sanctions versus the cost of compliance. So we would also expect that the more competitive the relations are, the less the neighborhood countries would comply, precisely because they will find another option or alternative in the other major power that is competing for influence to mitigate this fear of deprivation. To operationalize this, I will not go too much into it because I think the findings are actually more interesting to look at, but just to give you an idea, we look at threats or actions carried out. We look at the different demand types. So is this a form of compellence? Is this the form of deterrence? And two important elements of coercion are assurances, so that A reverses actions and does not carry out the threat if the demands are met. Are these credible for the neighborhood countries? And does the regional or major power provide inducements, additional rewards? This can also increase the likelihood of an effect or of a positive outcome. And then, of course, we have to look at the response. So what was the response? Was there compliance? Was there resistance, cooperation, contestation? And what were the motivations for this? I used a case study, in this case, EU and Russian foreign policy towards Moldova. On the one hand, EU and Russia are very interesting cases when we talk about shared neighborhoods, because here we have one former hegemon or even empire, depending on the countries that you look at, that has lost power and still seeks to establish a hegemony in the region. And then we have another one in a newer regional power, major power that emerged, that is very often said to be sui generis, very different. It is not a nation state, nevertheless, very often it acts like one, or it can project its power or its internal action outwards. So these interactions and the different perceptions led to the establishment of a shared neighborhood, not only through the European neighborhood policy and the Eastern Partnership, but also through the perception of this on the part of the Russian government. And then Moldova, as a most likely case to observe this competition, actually, because it is a country that has for a very long time and continues to carry out a balanced foreign policy. It remains relatively open to both major powers, so it will really allow us to see how this competition plays out. So it's based on official documents as well as elite interviews that have been analyzed with a qualitative content analysis, and the comparison with the ideal type that was developed. So now the most interesting part are the results. And here you can see that already there were different threats or actions used. So the EU, for example, used financial sanctions, suspending the macro-financial assistance, for example, because it was not very happy, or it thought that the conditions, especially related to structural reforms, were not complied with. So this is a form of compellence. So an actor moving into the neighborhood and trying to change the regional order, defined as coercive diplomacy. The EU used assurances and inducements, and the response here has actually been compliant. So there was positive power, as with the threat of visa sanctions within the visa liberalization dialogue. And then looking at the Russian use of coercion, we see that on the one hand, there were economic sanctions, trade sanctions, as well as energy related. And this was a form of immediate deterrence, actually, because it was very much in response to Moldova's advancing negotiations with the EU of the association agreement. This is really a very strong signal to Chisinau to deter from actually changing the status quo of the regional order. However, there were no assurances, there were no inducements used, so there was even resistance on the part of Moldova, and the same with the security threats that were a more sort of general deterrence with the Russian troops that are stationed in the region of Transnistria. And so when we look at the motivations for the response, what becomes clear is that in the case of the EU, for example, the other major powers, Russia was not viewed as an alternative. There were no first of all, there were no proposition of alternatives from Moscow, and Chisinau, the domestic actors, political elites, as well as citizens, did not view Russia as an alternative. So here, the fear of, on the one hand, financial and also societal deprivation really outweighed the reform costs in the end, which is why it led to compliance and positive power. And then interestingly, on the Russian side, the Russian uses of coercion, the EU actually provided an alternative. So we saw that economic actors and businesses actually changed their trade strategies and started exporting to the extent possible to European markets and also to other markets, for example. And also EU BAM, for example, is viewed as an alternative to provide security for the Republic of Moldova. So here, this mitigated the fear of economic and security deprivation, and also the political costs were viewed as too high by the political elites in Chisinau. So just to briefly wrap up and point out a few interesting findings, we see that the EU used coercion to compel, to establish a new order, and in response to this, actually, this moving into the region and becoming more assertive, Russia used coercion to deter Moldova from changing the existing regional order. So this competition, this interaction, actually really led to the uses of coercion. And this really contests, I think, this idea or these different theorizations and conceptualizations that we have in Eurasian studies and EU studies of EU and Russian influence, and actually both use this mechanism to exert hegemonic power. So I think there's a lot to reconsider in terms of that literature. And then on the other hand, the outcome or the effect here, what was important for positive power were tangible benefits that increase the fear of deprivation, but also the assurances and inducements used, and the fact actually that the other regional power did not provide an alternative. And negative power is precisely the opposite. So competition actually led to less compliance in cases where the other regional power provided an alternative. And this, I think, brings in the role of the domestic actors and their preferences, and how they actually managed to play out major powers in this competition. Okay, I'll stop here, and I look forward to your questions.
Isabel, thank you very much for this very interesting overview. My question or sort of comment in what you just presented would be, how much can you take into consideration especially in the last couple of years in the political arena in Moldova, that has changed quite often and also quite drastically, I would say, how this influences the reactions. So when we look at the sanctions, the agricultural sanctions that Russia imposed in the course of the visa liberalization and also the signing of the AA and DCFTA back in 2014, where already this was the economic relations of Moldova were shifting away from the Russian Federation, which, as you mentioned, accelerated this also a bit, but then they took it back after Dodon was elected as president back in 2016, at least for a couple of wine producers whatsoever. Then we had the banking scandal that provoked protests, that new parties were emerging. We had finally the ousting of Plahotniuc. We had the brief intermezzo of Maia Sandu being prime minister. Then we have now very recently Maia Sandu winning the presidential elections. So within all this, there's pseudo pro-European oligarchianism. There is, I would say, not pseudo, but like trying to be pro-Russian from the side of the Socialist Party in Dodon. Then we have a more balanced approach, although being openly pro-European from the side of Pas and Da or Akum. Now, as a president, I, at least from what I perceive, Sandu will try to have a very balanced approach, which might also simply be the reason because she has not much room to maneuver, at least at the moment, given the situation in the country. So anyway, to boil it down, how can you take all these different developments within the country into consideration of how external actors influence the course of the country when the course of the country is constantly changing?
Thanks, and thanks for the very good summary of the complex situation that is the political landscape in the Republic of Moldova, which I think makes this an even more fascinating case. So I think what is really important is to not view, and I tried to make this point, maybe it did not come out as clearly in the presentation, but what is really important, I think, is not to conceive of domestic actors as just power takers or influence takers. So they obviously also very much shape this power relation, and they also this room for maneuver that they actually have to shape this power relation is increased by the competition of these two major powers, because it gives them actually more opportunities to act. And I'm very hesitant to speak about the different political movements in terms of pro-European, pro-Russian. This is at least what I saw in my field research, very, very declaratory. So this is something that is used to cater to voters and to win elections, and this does not necessarily reflect the actual the reality of the foreign policy, mainly of the government. So we have a pro-Russian government, or only president, but then also at some point even a minority government, but still a pro-Russian government that still implements the association agreement, that still keeps on integrating with the European Union. Not to forget that actually the whole process of European integration was started back then by the Communist Party, which was also labeled as a pro-Russian government. So I think this is precisely where this the role of the domestic actors comes in, and how they can actually shape this power relations, and how this competition provides them actually with more options in their foreign policy. That would be my answer.
Thank you very much. We have Mirali.
Hi again. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very interesting for me because my presentation would be a little bit similar with the case of Azerbaijan. So I'm going to ask you, as we know recently, Igor Dodon lost the elections, but at least he is of course pro-Russian, but we also know that at least he got half of the votes in the election. My question would be, what makes the people vote for pro-Russian politician? Like, is there any, we know the threats from Russia, but is there any opportunities from Russia as well? Or is it just threats from Russia? Thanks.
Should I answer directly? Or
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for your question. I look very much forward to your take on Azerbaijan. In this case, when it comes to voting behavior in Moldova, foreign policy really is not an issue, a very big issue that is voted on. It is mainly presented in foreign media, I think, as that pro-Russian candidate to kind of make sense a little bit of domestic politics. But the main issue in that voters vote on is corruption and anti-corruption, and this is also mainly why Maya Sandu won. There is another interesting thing. As you mentioned, that still a large share of the population voted for Dodon. There is a sort of polarization in the Moldovan society, and this has not so much to do with the foreign policy of Russia, but this has to do with languages, of course. So there's a division between Russian-speaking and Romanian-speaking, and also in terms of media consumption that plays out, obviously. But there is also actually a quite negative view of the European Union and of European culture in Moldova, especially from the very religious part of the society. So here, the liberal way of life, so to speak, in the European Union is often viewed as departing from the core values of family, especially LGBT rights is a big issue that is, so there is a negative connotation often, and I think it is mostly that part of the population that in the end would vote for a different candidate. But foreign policy as such is actually not a main concern of the Moldovan population. So as I said, the first main concern that is always comes out in surveys is corruption and anti-corruption. And this is, of course, the platform that Maya Sandu ran on. The backlash that comes from this, obviously, is the system, the state capture that exists and the oligarchic system. So also the people that would not benefit from anti-corruption measures would probably not vote for such a candidate.
Fantastic. One other point that I would be interested in, how much do you think that, like, so we talked about the internal developments in Moldova, but when we talk about the internal developments, and also especially when it comes to the capacity within the two hegemonic powers. On the one hand side, of course, when we go to the European Union, as you mentioned, the European Union is not a nation state. It's not a single actor. We have 27 foreign policies plus a high representative. We have different interests in different regions. So how much do you think does that influence also the power of coercion from the side of the European Union? And then on the other hand side, since we've mentioned Nagorno-Karabakh, Artsakh conflict, how much would it influence the capabilities? Because I have sort of the feeling that the Kremlin didn't have much capacity left during the presidential election to take care of Moldova, because they're involved in Syria, they're involved in several other hotter conflicts at the moment. Is this a factor that plays a role, and how can you look at that?
Yeah, thanks for these interesting points. I completely agree. I think you definitely have a point to first of all look at this really idea of the European Union as a unitary actor or not? How is it actually able to project its power, especially when it comes to this hard type of power, but I think it also applies to other types of power. And so what I mean, this goes beyond this paper, but I also look at other mechanisms. And so one of the mechanisms is more the prescription of international regimes, regulatory power, which is, of course, where we'd expect the EU to be much more effective, which to a certain extent is also true. But I think more recently, as this competition increased, so this interaction with Russia, and the changing relationships between the EU and the Russian Federation, we definitely see still more unity within the EU when it comes to the Eastern Partnership and foreign policy with regards to the neighborhood countries. So this might, in some instances, affect the power of coercion, as it does, of course, when it came to the financial sanctions and the discussion of the suspension of the macro-financial assistance. The council discussions were very difficult. I mean, they were very politicized, of course, because certain member states were really pushing for it, other member states were against it. So this does play a role, I think, to some extent. Then on the other side, on the Russian side, so the capacity to still act and take care of such small countries as Moldova, for example, this goes back to the discussion, the theoretical discussion that exists between the major powers and the regional powers. And so regional powers are mainly powers that actually just act and project their power within the region, while major powers are also powers that are maybe great powers or seek to become great powers within the international system. And so I think you have a good point that there is an interesting relation to look at also in terms of how the power projection at these different levels play out and influence each other, of course. Yeah.
Thank you. I have Urban, who wants to ask a question.
Yes, thank you, Isabel. I really enjoyed your presentation, and I wanted to ask two questions. They're brief, they're related. The first one is, so as I understand, the primary foreign and to an extent domestic dilemma of Moldova can be presented in binary terms, so EU or Russia. And while competition is the prevailing relationship between the two players in the shared neighborhoods, what about cooperation? Or do you consider it to be a zero-sum game? And then in relation to this, is it a game of two actors, so EU and Russia? And what to make of other actors? From the top of the head, I could think of China, perhaps Turkey. Do they matter, and in what way? Thank you.
Thanks, Urban. These are really good questions, because I do not think that the dilemma is binary. So, of course, you have these two powerful forces, and what I look at here is precisely this interaction, which is why it probably comes across as binary, but I don't think it is. I mean, when it comes to coercion, the logic is really this zero-sum game. But then when you ask what about cooperation, I think there is cooperation, and there is some sort of compatibility as well between the strategies, not when it comes to coercion though. So for example, when we look at more regional economic integration, we look at the Eurasian Economic Union, we look at European integration, we see, for example, a great degree of compatibility of actually the standards and the norms in different sectors. So there it is actually not zero sum. I think and what research, especially very interesting constructivist research, has shown as well is that this actually just became a discourse of this geopolitical competition. which plays out on the meta level, but then on the very technical micro level, we see something very, very different. So there we see actually less zero sum, less competition, and actually, I wouldn't say cooperation, but some sort of compatibility, and not so much this confrontation. And then secondly, your question of other actors, this is something that I have been thinking about a long time, and I'm hesitating to bring this into my research because it, I don't know what the added value for this project would be, but I think it's definitely something interesting to look at. Not only China when it comes to economic integration and especially the Silk Road program, the Shanghai Group, all these things, but also, as we've seen in the South Caucasus, the role of Turkey, of course, as like another major regional power that significantly influenced the outcome of the recent flare-up of the Nagorno-Karabakh conflict, for example. So I think your point definitely has merits. It's something to think about how I will deal with this in the overall project. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Isabel, for this interesting presentation, and also for joining us on the first panel. This concludes the first panel already. The good thing is we went a bit over with the time, but we don't have to rush to a restaurant now. The sad thing is that you will have to take care of whatever lunch you're going to have for yourself. In any case, I think we have had a very interesting first part and a very interesting first panel, Europe as an area of peace and stability. We have heard from Babrik that we should come to a more cause-based democracy when we want to improve the future and secure the future of democracy in the world. We have heard from Stefan that at least in the policy areas of Brexit and migration, the Visegrad 4 countries are very unified and have a possibility to maybe tip the scales of stability in the EU. We have also then learned by Dennis that in Lithuania, obviously someone flies a helicopter and hands out free ice cream, which is part of the broader ideas that he shared with us on how populist parties are absorbing right-wing agendas once they are in power. We have then heard from Gregor on remembrance culture in the case of Germany and Poland, with very different approaches on how remembrance culture is also done within the European Union, but will probably foster with his research a better understanding also of what is happening in this regards. And then last but not least, we had Isabel with a model presenting how the EU and Russia are coercing and influencing their shared neighborhoods in the case of Moldova. I think, again, this is a very nice start for our first panel. We are now going to go into a lunch break, and we will then continue at 1:30 sharp with the second panel. And Daniel is going to take over the moderation. I nevertheless will follow this here and might also ask the one or the other question. Remember, we will remain live during lunch, so feel free to chat with each other, but it's going to be aired into the world. And we will have to be even better in time management for the second panel, because at 5 we have another live stream that would have been part of the Young Scholars Forum when we would have been able to do a physical event on unfortunately in German, but on how important are heroes in nowadays debates. So looking forward to see you back at 1:30 and enjoy your lunch.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Hello, good afternoon. So we have to still wait for the other participants from the panel. I would suggest just wait a couple of seconds if somebody's going to show up. Okay. Okay, Mr. Geraskov. Okay. I would suggest we are going to start right now, and the rest of the panelists, since we are waiting for 2 persons still, they will join us afterwards. So, can you hear me? Can you hear me properly?
Yes.
Perfect. So, hello, good afternoon, and warm welcome to our second panel of our IDM Young Scholars Forum. My name is Daniel Martinek, and I am Research Associate at IDM. I know all of you already through our email communication, and I'm happy that we can finally meet each other, at least in this virtual form. Without further delay, I would like to suggest to jump right away to the interventions. This panel is titled Europe as a Space of Cultural Diversity, and we are going to have a look on first of all on the significance of Sino-Yugoslav cultural links during the Cold War times and their significance in the current situation on the Western Balkans. Then we further move to the role of cinema and movie in the empowering of the common cultural community. And then afterwards, we will be involved in the religious freedom and religious security in the Eastern Ukraine. Afterwards, we will take a short coffee break, 15 minutes, and then we will take a look on the landscape narratives as an important part of the European common cultural heritage. And last but not least, we will also take a closer look on the technology, which is also closely related to the culture. So, without no delay, I would like to introduce our first panelist, who is Ms. Jovana Bogujević. Jovana Bogojevic is currently enrolled in the PhD program in Asian and Transcultural Studies at the Ca' Foscari University in Venice and at the Heidelberg University in Germany. She also spent time in the master program of China Studies with focus on international relations and politics in Beijing, China. And her title of her presentation is, as I already mentioned, Why Sino-Yugoslav Cold War Cultural Links Still Matter. So please, Ms. Bogojevic, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for this introduction. I indeed spent a lot of time as a majority of my adult life in China, and this is why I am particularly focused on the exchanges between Yugoslavia and China, which is a part of my PhD project at the two universities. So my today's topic, Why Sino-Yugoslav Cold War Cultural Links Still Matter, will be presented through sort of the next 5 parts. The first one is to discussion of the relevance of the China and Central and Eastern European countries 16+1/17+1 initiative. I will also discuss briefly the way China produces its cultural diplomacy and give you some highlights of the Sino-Yugoslav cultural cooperation historically. Later on, I will briefly mention the idea of shared past as the basis for a shared future and finish with concluding remarks. So to address the question of relevance, we really need to go back to 2012 in China when there was sort of a shift in foreign policy making. And there was the idea that China should start cooperating with 16 Eastern and Central European countries, sometimes called CEEC and sometimes called CEE. So if we look at it regionally, it doesn't really make a lot of sense. They were never grouped like this before, especially with the exclusion of several other Eastern European countries. And the only thing that could explain China's engagement with these 16 countries would be that all of these countries used to be socialist states before. This was changed in 2019 when Greece joined the initiative and it was renamed to 17+1. When China started the engagement with these countries as sort of a prelude to its One Belt, One Road initiative, a lot of the EU public officials as well as academics from the European Union and the CEC countries have been very skeptical about this, particularly because it was seen as China sort of disrupting the unity of the European Union. Because as you can see on the map, majority of the countries are EU member states, and of those that are not, several are already within the accession process for the EU, and several had as their sort of immediate goals the joining of the EU. So with this, I would say that there was, an expansion of academic, but also journalistic articles on the topic. And here's sort of a slide that where I present just some of the very minuscule number of articles that I have come across. I would like to state that it is very interesting that the Chinese state media, of course, is always portraying this very positively, whereas the European media tends to portray it rather negatively. So it's always, a very interesting struggle here when it comes to the presentation of the China CEC cooperation. What I found very interesting is that a lot of recent academic articles on the topic have kind of suggested that a lot of the promises that accompany the China CEC 17+1 initiative have failed to deliver, meaning that there is a lot of talk, but much less practical success when it comes to all of the investment in the infrastructure programs that were sort of pushed forward under this initiative. And Bogdan Gorelchik, and I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, an academic, has stated that he believes that the reason why China has been unsuccessful is the difference in bureaucratic systems between all of these countries and China, but also the differences in sort of culture and mentality. And I do think that China realizes this because in recent years, it has established the China CEC Cultural Cooperation Coordination Center with this aim to sort of institutionalize cultural cooperation between China and all of these states. Interestingly, this center, on the website of this center, you can find all of the documents that were signed in between of the countries involved in the 17+1 initiative. and previously known 16+1, right? Where you can see, for example, declarations on cultural cooperation agreements, guidelines for cultural cooperation, and etc., which sort of states that China is trying to institutionalize the manner which conducts cultural cooperation with these states. So I would say that these highly institutional manner in which China cooperates with the CEC reminds of the inter-socialist, and by this I also mean Sino-Yugoslav cultural cooperation frameworks that existed during the Cold War. And these would include agreements on cultural cooperation, ACCs, and yearly plans on cultural cooperation, PCCs, which dictate sort of the bilateral plans where two states agree to expand cultural interchange. And this is sort of my first takeaway from the research that I have conducted on the topic. Now, we can also say that the terminology that fits China's engagement with the region, but also generally China's approach to culture and foreign policy could be that that of cultural diplomacy as promulgated by Richard T. Arendt, who states that cultural diplomacy can only be said to take place when formal diplomats serving national governments try to shape and channel this natural flow of cultural exchanges to advance national interests. And in a sense of China's national interest when it comes to cultural relations with the CEC, I would say that it is really ensuring the long-term success of the One Belt, One Road initiative and its economic exchanges with the region and the European Union. So now that I have touched upon the topic of China's cultural diplomacy, I would say that even though a lot of researchers tend to kind of start the process of China's cultural diplomacy from the 90s onwards with the creation of the soft power term. The fact is that China has much earlier, in fact, right after the founding of the People's Republic in 1949, started conceptualizing its foreign policy through two main streams, and that's cultural and economic exchanges. And here I have put the quote by Zhou Enlai, the first foreign minister of China, which says that cultural and economic exchanges are two wings of diplomacy. And this type of approach sort of continued across the next 70 years. And of course, Xi Jinping, the current president of China, is no different. And he stated in 2018 at one of the congresses of the Communist Party of China that we, China, should increase China's soft power, give a good Chinese narrative, and better communicate China's message to the world. So I would say that when we look all of that historically, but also now, in China's views, there is no successful economic cooperation or long-term successful One Belt, One Road initiative without cultural cooperation. And an interesting thing to also push here is the analysis by Song Lilei and Zhao Qiji, who sort of produce these different goals that China has when it comes to the cultural engagement with the CEE, or the Central and Eastern European countries. And it states as follows: the long-term goal of Chinese cultural diplomacy is to build a good image of China among the CEE public. The medium-term goal is to cooperatively build a better Sino-European strategic partnership through making CEE countries the bridge between China and the EU. The short-term goal is to defensively counteract China-bashing sentiments in the media of CEE countries, which see China as a threat to Europe. And the way China sort of engages with with Europe, with the European public, and thus also with the public of Central and Eastern European countries, is through the following means: communication between Chinese leaders and the European public, media diplomacy. This is particularly oriented to sort of stop the negative bashing of China in media. Then, of course, the diplomatic activities sponsored by the Chinese government and think tank diplomacy. Indeed, we have seen a proliferation of think tanks that are concerned with China and China-CEC relations in the CEC region itself. And the main three means that it employs are cultural exchanges, promotion of Chinese language learning abroad, which is done through Confucius Institutes, for example, and of course, cultural and intercity diplomacy. So now that I have given you context of all of this, I would like to discuss briefly the very highlights of the Sino-Yugoslav cultural cooperation, which was, the entirety of the cultural cooperation is simply too difficult and too broad to cover. So I will talk about something that is also linked to my personal experiences in China during my life there, but also something that is, I would say, not unique to me, but what majority of people that come from the former Yugoslav region experienced during their life in China. And the first thing that they experience, usually be it in a cab while they're going somewhere, or at a diplomatic events, is that they would be frequently sang a song, an Italian partisan song, O Bella Ciao, which was rather important and is very rarely regarded as an Italian cultural product, because it was used in China specifically, because it was used as a soundtrack in one of the two movies that you see on the screen. And the interesting thing about this is that it became sort of this completely normal part of the exchanges with the people that come from former Yugoslavia. Now, the two movies that you see called Walter Defends Sarajevo was produced in 1972, and the other one is called The Bridge, produced in 1969. Both were directed by the same director, Hajrudin Krvavac, and both have the same protagonist, the same actor. And what is interesting about these two movies, that they have reached sort of unprecedented popularity in China, which has long-term effects on the cooperation between China and the Yugoslav successor states today. So to explain a little bit why were these films very popular, one would have to really look at Chinese scholarship on the topic, because nearly nothing has been written on the topic in English or any of the Yugoslav languages, whereas China has really made an effort, Chinese scholars have really made an effort of analyzing the popularity of these films. And what I have found from this is that the movies were imported to China in the early 1970s, presumably in 1972, 1973. But at the time, China was undergoing the one extremely difficult period called the Cultural Revolution, and the films were not widely distributed. In fact, they were reserved for sort of a select few, and they were only given, to the officials of the Chinese Communist Party or to the filmmakers that used them as sort of learning materials. Now, after the Cultural Revolution finished in 1976, these movies were broadcast to the public, and they have gained great popularity. At the time, sort of the narrative between China and Yugoslavia when it comes to cultural exchanges was to become sort of the shared revolutionary past of the communist regimes and the people of these countries. And these two films indeed have this sort of revolutionary anti-fascist theme in them. And in 1979, the pictures that you see on the slide were taken when the actor, the main protagonist, was visiting China during the Yugoslav Chinese Film Week. And in fact, he is accompanied by a lot of Chinese officials at the time, and the reports that he has produced upon returning to Yugoslavia that I have found in the archives of Yugoslavia in Belgrade are actually mind-blowing. So an excerpt here from this report says that through the Yugoslav filmmakers' conversation with the Chinese film distributors, we learned that it is one of the most watched films of all time in China. Walter Defends Sarajevo with about 200 million viewers, and The Bridge with about 150 million. However, as far as Walter himself is concerned, it should be added that the movie was shown 6 times on Chinese television, once during our visit, which raises the number of viewers to an unprecedented level. And the fact is that this really did make it to the household across the country, because even today we see the great effect it has had on the formulation of sort of the cultural understanding of former Yugoslavia. So here I put some excerpts from blogs and newspapers in China that I would like to briefly introduce you. So the first one is basically an image of travelers, tourists that have visited Bosnia and Herzegovina recently in 2017, and they have taken a picture with Walter, the sort of inspiration figure who was sort of the storyline behind the movie. And the name of the article says "Zhongguoren de Warte," which means Chinese people's Walter. And then the article to the right is saying that Xi Jinping, the president of China, has during his state visit to Serbia received the widow of the actor from those two films, to whom he said that Chinese people will greatly miss the actor. And the third one is the national news in China that have broadcast the news about the death of this actor that they frequently call simply Walter. So to move past the sort of symbolic meaning of these exchanges, I would say that they also have a practical value to the current exchanges between China and several Yugoslav successor states. And this particular example, the Chinese government decided to finance the remakes of, for example, the film The Bridge, but I also read articles that stayed the same for the film Walter Defends Sarajevo. But in the case of Montenegro, for example, we see those cultural exchanges affecting the infrastructure, because China has just a few days ago signed an agreement with the Montenegrin government that they will finance the reconstruction of the bridge that is sort of the central piece of the movie The Bridge, and they are willing to donate 7.1 million euros. Now, the very interesting thing about this, and I will go back to the point that Bogdan Gorelchik makes when it comes to differences in bureaucratic systems, is that the first time the idea for reconstruction of this bridge funded by the Chinese government was even started was in 2016. And since then, for a few years, there were barely any articles on the topic. But I was informed during my conversation with former government officials that this was still in the making, and that they are trying to align the bureaucratic systems of the two countries. So I thought this is just an interesting point, which means that China is actively working at sort of bridging these differences. But while the movies are really sort of the highlight of Sino-Yugoslav cultural exchanges, I would say that there are several less famous but nonetheless major cultural links that could be further explored to bridge these countries. And it's interesting to see not just China sort of investing into these exchanges, but also how the Yugoslav successor states are using them to communicate with China. So one of those that could be used, of course, is the question of the Yugoslav Nobel Prize winner Ivo Andrić, who spent time in China. And in fact, in this image, he's standing next to one of the literary giants of China, Mao Dun. And one of the biggest Chinese exhibitions to have ever been sent abroad was organized in Belgrade in 1973. So to say that the way China approaches the CEC, but also more specifically the Yugoslav successor states, is through a shared past narrative is right on point. And the thing is that China technically approached all of the 16+1/17+1 countries through this shared past narrative, but was only successful with several Yugoslav successor states. And here I'm mostly referring to Serbia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Montenegro, and Croatia. And I would say that the reason why it was not that successful with the same narrative in other CEEC, in the Central and Eastern European countries, would be because all of these countries have a different way in which they dealt with their socialist past, where we see, for example, that in former Yugoslavia, there is a lot of pride in the socialist heritage and sort of the socialist era of Yugoslavia, and a lot of Yugophilia and Yugo nostalgia. So to conclude, I would leave you with three sort of remarks. The first one is that China-CEC cooperation is highly institutional, resembles inter-socialist cultural cooperation contact. The second one is that China is investing in cultural cooperation in order to ensure prosperous economic relations with foreign countries. And the biggest example of this is, of course, the long-term success of the One Belt, One Road initiative. And the last one is that China builds its cultural cooperation with foreign countries by evoking past cultural linkages. This approach works in several Yugoslav successor states as opposed to other CE countries due to a different approach to socialist heritage and history. And with this, I finish my presentation and open the floor to any questions. Thank you. I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Sorry, can you hear me? Sorry. Yeah. So it was really deeply concentrated and fast presentation. I know we don't have much time for 20 minutes, 25 minutes. That's not much time. I would like to ask maybe the first question, if I may. I found quite interesting this construction of the bridge in the Montenegro and its linkage to this movie bridge. I would be interested, are there any other constructions or any other buildings which are related to these, which are based on these cultural historical linkages, and which has the similar story as this bridge in Montenegro?
I'm not sure yet. I think that if I was to, for example, find information, where is the building of the first Chinese restaurant that was opened in Yugoslavia as a joint effort between the countries. And I know it happened in Sarajevo in 1973, but I was still unable to find really more information about it. I think that if it was put forward to be sort of more of a popular and public information, I think China would most likely step in and rebuild it or something like this. Okay. So I wouldn't be surprised down the line that China decides in investing as such.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have another question from Ms. Rigra.
Hello, so can you hear me all? Wonderful.
Yes, hello.
Can you see me as well, or is that?
No, we just hear you.
Okay, that's fine. So thanks very much for your very insightful talk. I'm very interested in this topic because I'm also going to talk about China tomorrow, in fact. I found in particular interesting when you mentioned at the very beginning about the cultural exchange that eventually leads or should be linked to the economical exchange. And when you said that, I was wondering, now I'm really interested in what is going to follow. And you brought very good examples with the film, and also the fact that there are some sort of common narratives between former communist countries within Central and Eastern Europe and China. I think it's quite different when it comes to non-former communist or non-ex-Yugoslavic countries. My experience is that Chinese interests are mostly economical when it comes to Western or Central European countries that don't have such a shared narrative, and that these cultural exchange attempts, such as through Confucian institutes, they happen through, I don't know, painting, calligraphy classes and cooking classes. But when it comes to an actual dialogue about cultural differences, my experience is that this is just denied and very often opposed to in a very aggressive way. And I've worked in Vienna for a Chinese company, and that was one of the main problems and issues, that you couldn't have a proper dialogue with a delegation from China coming to Vienna. So every time we would just be touching very slightly on some issues that are not so comfortable for China, they would regret talking about it. So I wonder if you think this is actually a major difference in how it works with ex-Yugoslavian countries. I don't have any experience with that. Or if you think, if this is so divided between the different approaches, maybe you can comment on that. I would be very much interested in that.
Sure. Thank you for this. It was also very nice to hear you talk about something like this, because it is rather important when we discuss China's soft power generally towards Europe, all of these problems that come along with it. I would say that actually a lot of cultural differences do indeed exist as well with, of course, the former Yugoslav countries or the Yugoslav successor states. But these are at the moment still manageable. And the fact is that, and this is an information that I have gotten from a government official, so this was not disclosed through, literature that I read. And it is that China frequently has an issue with the way it is portrayed in Montenegrin media. And this is something, of course, in a liberal democracy or a transitioning democratic system like Montenegrin one, is something that you cannot really, or you shouldn't really influence. So there are clearly differences in how China understands these issues versus how Europeans understand these issues. And I think that you're right. In many cases, we would say that Chinese soft power in Europe has unfortunately failed to explain China, because they look at it more sort of, here we are, this is China, we're just supposed to sort of intake the information that you have gotten. There is no sort of, oh, okay, so that's you and this is me and let's find the common narrative, right? And I think that the examples that I've shown today are really sort of the highlights of success, and also the reason why the Yugoslav successor states have been interested in this type of exchanges is also because they have a lot of economic benefits from it. So we can say that there are different layers to these exchanges than simply understanding each other's culture. But for sure that China should adapt more to the European way of thinking when it engages with European countries and Europeans. I hope this answers your question. If not, please.
No. I'm just glad that you also shared my view on that it doesn't always work like that, because my experience was mainly that cultural dialogue is really not happening. So they put it on their agenda, like in theory, but in practice, at least in Austria or in Ireland, this is where I got my experience from. It's not happening.
Sure, but I also think that even if you read all of the or speeches by Xi Jinping on the question of soft power, eventually you will find that it's mostly sort of outward directed. It's the idea that we are going to invest in soft power, in cultural output, so China will be understood. There is less interest in actually understand. This is my personal take on like these speeches. It's less interested in other countries being understood in China.
Yeah, and I also agree that Europe doesn't have such a keen understanding as it should have towards Chinese history and cultural heritage, because it is a completely different cultural background where it stems from, where all the ideas how to do diplomacy, how to organize inner political matters and so forth come from. And so we also need to learn a lesson. But I'm just saying that from the Chinese part, there could be much more expected when it comes to Western or Central Europe with more democratical historical ties.
For sure. And I would just add to that it is, in fact, that there exists an asymmetry understanding of the Western practices of international relations and the Chinese practice of international relations. And I just yesterday read an essay about this from a future, I hope, Chinese scholar who is going to tackle precisely this issue, sort of this misunderstandings on what IR is supposed to achieve.
Thank you.
And we have another question from Mr. Yaksha. Please, you have the word.
Thank you so much for this very informative presentation, Jovana. I come from former Yugoslavia, from Slovenia, and I've seen Walter defend Sarajevo, but I had no idea of its popularity in China. Last year, I was in Beijing as part of Yanqing Academy Scholars Forum, and I was really surprised by the detail of knowledge that Chinese political scholars had of former Yugoslavia. And I was, in light of your presentation, I was actually surprised that this came from more recent, if I can call it, shared past. And I learned that they studied the collapse of Yugoslavia in quite a lot of detail, as they saw it as a possible scenario of what could happen in China, a multi-ethnic society, if the party was to lose control. And then another explaining factor for the detailed knowledge was the 1999 NATO bombing of Yugoslavia. This is the other Yugoslavia, the rump Yugoslavia or Milošević Yugoslavia, or Serbia plus Montenegro. When the Chinese embassy in Belgrade was hit by a missile and 3 Chinese journalists were killed. And then this, of course, produced a huge outrage in China in solidarity with Belgrade. And then there were also other factors, such as Mirjana Marković, the wife of Slobodan Milošević. I think she was quite in favor of opening the doors to Chinese immigration. And so in light of this, my question would be, how important do you think that the post-Yugoslavia, or this Milošević Yugoslavia period of the 1990s, is today for the Chinese-Serbian relations?
Okay, thank you so much for these questions. First of all, I'm very happy to hear that you were at the Yanqing Global Symposium, because I myself did my master's degree at Yanqing as a Yanqing scholar. So it's great to hear that you spent some time in Beijing. And I'm actually very surprised we didn't meet at the YGS. But I would first address the question about the NATO bombing in Belgrade. I think that it, of course, was a rather problematic international incident. And there is a lot of scholarship done on the question of how this affected, for example, the relationship between China and the United States. And it is really sort of the moment where China has decided to have a more open solidarity with the Milošević regime, but also later on with generally Serbia. And it does sort of inform on why China has chosen Serbia to be one of the great pillars within the CEC region. They also have had this comprehensive strategic partnership for a few years already. And I think that these sort of foreign policy connections that China has established with Serbia do indeed come from this 1999 event. But also through the generally China's fear, and this comes of course after the Tiananmen incident, that a similar fate would befall China, that is also a multi-ethnic society. If you look at cultural policy documents of China from the 1980s, you will see that there is always an emphasis on the multi-ethnic sort of layer of the society and or the texture of the society. And in many ways, Yugoslavia and China were linked through these similarities in the way the country functioned, the ideology it followed. And also China has, after the opening up, invested a lot of time in learning from the Yugoslav self-management system. It is in fact with this in mind that they have formulated the Chinese socialism, or the socialism with Chinese characteristic. So with all of this, I would say that China does approach Serbia with all of this history in mind. And the Serbian government, of course, recognizes this and acknowledges that China has been an ally throughout all of that period. So I would say that it will continue to make a very important effect on the relationship between the two countries, and especially under the current president, Vučić. I hope this answers the question.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you for your answers.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Bogojević, for your presentation.
Thank
and
you.
Since we have to stick on time, I would like to proceed right away to the second participant of the second panel, who is Zerina Čatović, if I'm pronouncing it well, who is a research fellow at the Historical Institute of the University of Montenegro. And she is also going to speak about, in a certain way, a related issue, since we also discussed already the Yugoslavian movies. She's going to speak about moving image, moving Europe, negotiating cultural histories. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Daniel. Yeah, exactly. It's a good introduction, and it's nice to be in this company today. As a material for discussion today, I would like to present a topic from the intersection between film studies and memory studies, so this connects very well. And it is my personal research occupation, since I'm working on a dissertation about road movie in Europe. But I also believe it is a legitimate topic for discussion in much broader context. How are some images circulated in popular culture, and how do we take it for granted? Like, without awareness, what do the key motives and themes of the movies say about European cultural identity? Understanding cinema of contemporary Europe can represent a valuable political lesson and facilitate search of common narratives, which is our topic today, and thence this title, Moving Image, Moving Europe. So just to provide a glimpse into film scholarship today, since we come from such different disciplines, firstly, I will give you some examples from the film market in Europe today. Then I will provide theoretical background and conclude with potentials for progressive politics based on empathy of the historical experience of others. Post-1989 situation in film industry of Eastern Europe was chaotic, as you probably know. No more government subsidies for movies, identity issues, ethnic consolidation, and film theory tends to think transnational occurrences and international market will fix this two-tiered Europe within post-socialist films, and eventually you will negotiate your place on the market. Some of the famous film theorists even talk about normalization of the cinema, which is scandalous, but it meant, like, after this radical turning point, of course, it meant catching up with the Western film industry. First of all, this term is problematic, most often used as an umbrella for the national cinemas of the Czech Republic, Poland, Hungary, Slovakia, former Yugoslavia, and so on. The Western film industry recognized one strong common denominator in this rather vast territory of the European East or Eastern Europe, which obviously doesn't have as much to do with geography as it does with politics, but I guess it's also redundant to say something like this in a panel today. Nevertheless, most of the directors from Southeastern Europe are still struggling to find their voice from the initial production until the distribution. The divide between post-communist countries and the rest, I mean, between their respective cinematic cultures, persist, and presumably it will take generations to be erased. It's almost like a memory haunts cinema. So this cruel market, as it is, forced most of the directors to keep fetishizing images and chronotopes, and they are circulated intertextually in exilic popular culture. Some of the directors learn how to be marginal, so to say, and sell very well this so-called periphery. I'm pretty sure you have all seen this kind of depiction of the Balkan, for example, exotic stories from the land of blood, and so on and so on. Let me show you just a plain example how East European cinema is excluded from modern trends. If you only look in festivals around the globe, you will see how incredibly difficult for movies from the region to compete regularly, because they are always marked as something disparate and deserve special category or special festival. Encounters with the East are always something exotic, different, unexpected, and it's problematic given nomination. You can see here how publications describe Eastern cinema as something interesting, how festival use stereotypical depictions, like here this Luxembourg Festival even use an animal for the advertisement and so on. Other part of the puzzle is expectation of the audience, of course. I remember a trailer for one movie a couple of years ago saying, this is not another depressive East European movie. So a deep gap was formed between the old cinema aesthetics and the new political realities. And that's a gap that only few Eastern countries, or better say few directors, have managed to bridge. When the festivals select and play movies coming from the East, it tends to focus on some hyper-realistic political thrillers, war stories, extreme poverty, social pressure and pathologies, and leaving the audience with highly stereotypical representation of third European countries. Filmmakers that desire to share images of everyday life and people dealing with everyday needs, yet faces several challenges when it comes to showing their films in the International Film Festival, because they are often deemed to be not Eastern enough. Western festivals have their own idea what Eastern movies should look like. On the other side, home market is too small, and as a director, you have to accept this umbrella of Eastern cinema. You have to compete on the market, and an attempt to create, created unfavorable cinematrix. Cinematrix means cinema within broader industrial, geopolitical, socioeconomic matrices, whereby production, distribution, and reception of movies produces social artistic meaning. Translating this issue into more abstract level, if we are not able to understand differences within Europe, how is expected to deal with upcoming challenges? American historian Alison Landsberg wrote a captivating book, Prosthetic Memory, and the pillar of her book is analysis of the movies such as Blade Runner, The Thief's Hand, or Total Recall. These films, you probably know them, literalize the technological implantation of memory in a way that is, of course, in the realm of science fiction. With the transplantation of the organ, for example, you also get memories of that another person. Nevertheless, Landsberg argues, movies can give you and inhabit memories of traumatic historical events that you did not live through. In best cases, these memories can produce empathy and thereby enable a person to establish a political connection with someone from a different class, race, or ethnic position. Landsberg calls them prosthetic memories because they are not natural, but rather mediated, because commodification, which is at the heart of mass cultural representation, makes images widely available, and finally, because they are useful in collective identification and production of potentially counter-hegemonic. Hereby, I want to give you a few good examples how to deal with cultural traumas, war traumas on a screen, on a manner which doesn't exploit someone's misfortune and enhance stereotypical pictures. Directors, of course, deploy some specific cinematic techniques to elicit disidentification. I will mention something briefly on the next slide, but that is obviously for different kind of conference. So here are a couple of screenshots from these movies. The Line brings story, how does life look in a literal border? So the film's title refers not only to changing physical boundaries, since the plot starts when Slovakia becomes part of the Schengen area, and then its frontier with Ukraine ostensibly will be the most secure of the European Union external borders. But also conceptual obstacles, trauma of living on one or another side of line, and how is that changing life of one poor family is remarkably showed in this thriller. And then, for example, Bulgarian movie shows that formal integration and being called European doesn't mean a lot, because Komandarev's dark comedy follows several different characters at one night in Sofia. And this is the night which potently happens to mark 30th anniversary of the fall of Berlin Wall and Bulgaria's regime change. And finally, since this kind of misuse happens often when depicting horror of Yugoslav wars and insisting on some myths about barbarian Balkan chauvinists, here I want to focus on a brilliant example how this talented young woman told story about post-war Bosnia. So in Esma's Secret, or originally Grbavica, which is a neighborhood in Sarajevo, war is finished 15 years ago, and Sarajevo is going back to life's daily routine with a pretense of normalcy. The film's central character is a single mother, Esma, who is trying to protect her daughter Sara by repressing trauma and hiding from her that her father is unknown Serb soldier, one of many who raped her during the forced stay in a war camp. Esma is keep telling her that her father is Shahid, what means a war hero killed in an action. We also see that Esma is part of support group for women who have lived through similar traumatic experiences. But she's always silent and shows up for these meetings only on the days when women are being given financial aid. She doesn't believe in the usefulness of speaking up about trauma. Esma's secret comes to surface eventually when the school asks for a certificate that Sarah's father is a hero. And for this kind of presentation, I find it more useful to see one or two scenes before I continue. Is that okay? If we will have time, maybe just 2 or 3 minutes.
Sure.
No, sorry.
Ms. Chatovic, I'm not sure if it's just me, but
yeah,
but I can't see anything.
Oh,
It's not working, unfortunately.
let me start. Let me try to share. Now?
Now, yes.
Okay, sorry.
I think we can't hear anything, right? I have the video, but we don't have the audio, unfortunately. Yeah, now we also lost the video, so I don't think it's possible to to show us this part, unfortunately. Ms. Chatovic, are you there? Okay, so you are back. So I don't think it's possible to show us the movie, unfortunately.
You couldn't see anything, or it just stopped? I'm not sure. Maybe it's a bad internet connection. Anyway, it's
frozen.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I will simply continue, and then it's a warm recommendation if you haven't seen a movie for days of quarantine. So that was the scene when Esma is finally telling the truth, firstly to her daughter, and then for the first time, Esma speaks in this group of support. She tells the story of finding out how she was pregnant, then unsuccessfully trying to give herself an abortion, and finally giving birth and not wanting even to look or to feed her daughter. Esma's secret, just a second to go back to my presentations. Can you see the presentation now?
Not yet.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here we go.
Okay. This act of speaking is arguably the film's central scene, where she finds that support group is indeed the only place where she can finally do so in ways which do not immediately assimilate her story into a mythical generalization. So Diana Jelacha describes it really nicely in her book, like what happened before Sarah's conception, the rape and the torture that Esma had to endure, is a still unspeakable experience. So trauma is not fetishized for spectacular purposes or voyeurism. You can maybe guess now how intimate trauma becomes connected to a more public articulation. And this impact is particularly important in the context of ethnic and national divisions, in which trauma is often traded as political currency. So memories are shared with the help of symbolic artifacts that mediate between individuals and create community across space and time. Doesn't matter if it's east or west and so on. So at the very end, I would underline, like, we have structural problems in understanding others and in therefore building anything common. And that is visible even in small things, such as watching movie outside of mainstream cinematography. It's hard to find them, first of all. Not all movies come to entire audience. It's problematic how they're going to be advertised, financed, and finally, what are we going to see? To make an inclusive community, rather than big talks, we should maybe start from small things, such as the way we choose and watch movies. Finally, there is a small part of bibliography in case you want to learn more on this topic, and thank you very much for your attention, and sorry for inconvenience with the connection. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chatovic. So I would like to open the floor for the discussion. I would like to start, maybe if I may. I was happy to see that there was a logo of the since I originally come from Czech Republic, I was happy to see the logo of Karlovy Vary Film Festival. And since you provided us with a nice analysis of the Southeastern European movies, I would like to ask you if you also did a research about the Central European movies. How is the situation when it comes to movie production in Czechia, in Slovakia, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Well, although I criticize this umbrella term, I have to say that I'm myself one of the guilty people for that, because the subject I teach in university is history of East European cinema. I couldn't really choose to teach only Yugoslav or only Russian or only Polish cinema, so it is what it is. You couldn't sell it the other way. So what I wanted to say that actually with these, when I say East European cinema, sometimes I go to festivals with my students, so we see something that would probably geographically would be better to describe it with Central European movies. And I mentioned briefly that some of the directors or some of the countries managed to bridge this gap. That is, for example, case with Romania. They simply made specific new wave of cinema, and they are successful in the film festivals. Hungary, on the other side, made something else, and even Hollywood directors want to make movies and make sets in Hungary and so on. So it is really individual, and this umbrella term and making this abstract and general notions isn't well, because all of those countries, even the regions, have their own destiny and they struggle differently. Okay, they have similar problems with the film industry, but you have to study each of them separately. You're right. I'm working more on Bulgarian cinema in my dissertation, and Bulgarian and Albanian cinema, but you need to dedicate specific attention to, for example, Slovakia or Czech Republic. I agree.
Thank you. Maybe I would also have a second question, because you mentioned that it's difficult to overcome this, let's say, ideological gap, and that Eastern, Central European, and Southeastern movies don't have so much space as the Hollywood movies or Bollywood movies have. I think one example or good practice would be also maybe the person of Miloš Forman, who's a famous Czech movie maker, and he also achieved to step out from this, let's say, Eastern European production or entity community, and yeah, he's very famous worldwide. So maybe it will be also interesting to focus on his personality and on his production. But there are also many others movie makers which can be maybe interesting for you.
Yeah, exactly. There are a couple of great directors, and they're very successful worldwide. And I made a lot of interviews for my dissertation with a lot of directors from East Europe, and some of them told me, for example, that in a time when their movies were incredibly successful on worldwide film festivals, domestic audience hated them because they don't find them authentic. So you have to find, I mean, you don't have to, but it will be good if you could find a way to please both audience, but obviously that's not happening very often.
Yes, you are completely right. And would you maybe tell us maybe what can be the strategies or the instruments how to overcome this missing space for the European and Southeastern European movies? Or I think it's a general question and it's a difficult question, but it's unfair.
Thank you. It's very interesting, but my answer would be also very general. Money is a problem. I attended a lot of pitching sessions. Pitching sessions is where you're trying to sell your movie, so you're just telling a part of your idea to the famous producers, and then they decide we're going to buy it or not. And in that first step, you could see a problem when you're trying to give your idea about life of ordinary people in, let's say, Serbia, Slovenia, Czech Republic. Famous producer from Western Europe or Hollywood are going to say, yeah, but this is not exotic enough. We have to sell it as a Bulgarian or as a Czech movie or as a Russian movie, and your idea doesn't say Russian or doesn't say Serbian or doesn't say Croatian. That's the problem. The very beginning, like how you try to find your money for your movie. I think that the directors have great ideas, because I see a lot of young directors and student movies which are great, but they don't have chance to show at the film festivals.
Yeah, sure. And could you maybe elaborate more on the financing of this movie production in Southeastern Europe? Are there any contributions from the national governments?
The first solution is to make a co-production. You probably know that in order to be considered as a national movie, you need 60% of the funds from your own country, and that almost never happens. You need to find someone else, or from the neighbor country or something, or from the countries which would like to participate. But that also brings another problem. for example, a lot of directors from Bosnia and Herzegovina cooperate and have collaborations with producers from France or Italy, and then those producers say, okay, but we need two or more actors from France or Italy, and so on. I'm giving a really banal example in your movie. So you have to make compromises. So co-productions are the strategy number one these days in East European cinematography.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Chatovic, for this interesting intervention. And we arrived to the point when we are going to have a look on the third and at the same time last presentation before the coffee break. And this intervention is going to be about republic policy, religious freedom and religious security in Eastern Ukraine, 2014-2019. This presentation is going to be provided by Sergei Geraskov, who is currently head of Center for Social and Humanitarian Research at the National Academy for Public Administration under the President of Ukraine. Please, Mr. Geraskov, you have the word.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Daniel, for your introduction, and thanks to IDM for giving an opportunity to present at this Young Scholars Forum. Actually, my primary research area is Japanese studies, but in recent time it gravitates to public policy in the sphere of religion. And you can see my presentation is about religious freedom and religious security in Eastern Ukraine. And just giving a brief context, in 2014, when the Russian intervention in Ukraine started, religious situation in Donbass was a hot topic, and Ukrainian people followed it with keen interest. Instead, with each passing year, interest in religious situation in Donbass is gradually declining. It is less told in the media, and one is hardly surprised by religious persecutions. And the gap between the Ukrainian realities in the field of religion and the situation in Donbass in recent years requires public authorities to stay abreast of the surrounding trends and prepare tailor-made solutions to challenges that will come in the near future. It gives us a strong impetus to talk about some narratives of religious policy in Donbass after 2014. Speaking about theoretical and analytical studies of religious freedom, we should mention some scholars focused on the topic. According to Eisgruber and Sager, analysis of religious freedom has been hobbled by the idea of a wall of separation between church and state. And from this idea of leaving religion alone, it follows that government should neither benefit religion nor interfere with it. Marshall asserts that religious freedom is not just an issue of religious people. We also agree with Charles on the importance of freedom of religion for all people, regardless of their profession or non-profession of religious beliefs. And following Sullivan, we can state that public and private actors throughout the world have responded with laws and policies designed to promote religious freedom, but it also raises a question on what precisely is being promoted and what forms of politics are engaged in the process. And when talking about religious security, we operate the following working definition, that religious security is addressed to the protection of both individual and the state from internal and external threats arising in the religious sphere and necessary for resilience of the society. And you can see the following methodological approaches when studying religious security. In previous studies, they covered just certain aspects of the problem and tackled it mainly from the viewpoints of history, ethnology, and religious studies. And relatively less attention has been paid to a comprehensive case study within public administration and public policy discourse to respond to the question on how the sphere of religion might be operated as a subject for public policy in terms of the occupied territory. And furthermore, can such a policy be regarded as public, whereas public policy is today regarded as a policy in society and for society? A massive flow of the research efforts accumulated, although let us crystallize our interpretations of the ongoing contested events, have not yielded conclusive answers to many questions. And when tracing the process, we should also keep in mind additional relevance about boundaries. As Huntington said, the boundary between the East and the West cuts through Ukraine. Here we can localize this statement and say that the boundary between Ukraine and Russia cuts through Donbas. And furthermore, Kurumia highlights Donbas as the last frontier of Europe. And boundaries in this regard are places where different ideas, cultures, and views come together, intertwine and enrich each other. And boundary entanglements play a crucial role in articulation of religions as well. When it comes about global challenges for religious freedom and mapping the Donbas inside these challenges, it would be at least careless to deny the impact of the religious component of contemporary globalization processes. As follows from the numerous reports, the influence of religions will increase in future and even may be comparable with the influence of state institutions. Over the course of the decade from 2007 to 2017, governmental restrictions on religion through the laws, limited religious beliefs, common policies, and specific actions by public officials have increased significantly throughout the world. In addition, since 2007, when Pew Research Center started to trace the issue, there has also been an increase in number of aggressive social hostilities involving religion, including violence and harassment. Unfortunately, the problem above mentioned is cutting through Ukraine and as well as some other post-Soviet countries. The Russian intervention in Moldova, Georgia, and Ukraine followed up with the appearance of the unrecognized states, such as Transnistria, Abkhazia, South Ossetia, so-called DPR, LPR, and of course the Crimea next, has definitely shaped local religious landscapes, thus having made policy on religion to be an issue of utmost sensitiveness. And when it comes to Donbas, if coming back to religious situation in Donbas before the Russian Spring, we should note that religious diversity was also a common characteristic of Donetsk and Lugansk oblasts. And according to official data, at the beginning of 2014, there were totally 1,800 religious organizations in the Donetsk Oblast. Of these, more than 40% there were Ukrainian Orthodox Church Moscow Patriarchy, and the similar proportion we can see for the Lugansk Oblast, where the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchy contained more than 50% of the total. Based on this data, it seems obvious that in spite of the Orthodox self-identification of the majority of Donbas population, diversity of other denominations in early 2014 was also beyond any doubt. In this regard, current statistics provided by the occupation administrations in Donetsk and Luhansk are particularly noteworthy. In 2019, they reported about 300 religious organizations registered in the DPR, and 80% out of them were parishes of the Moscow Patriarchy churches. And the situation in the LPR was even more indicative. More than 96% of the Moscow Patriarchy parishes out of total number. Legal background of activities of religious organizations in the DPR and LPR. Of course, unlike 2014, today there are certain regulations of legal activity for religious organizations in Donbas, while the Crimea, after its annexation, has actually fallen under the Russian laws. The DPR and LPR had lived without any clear legal background for a long time, and they subsequently started to develop some institutional and legislative mechanisms and regulations, having been focused mainly on Russian Federation's laws. And in June 2016, they adopted the law on freedom of religion in DPR, and 2 years later in the LPR. In both cases, these laws are guided mainly by the Russian federal law as of 1997. Of course, some positions in this law may be more loyal or more rigid if compared to the Russian equivalent. But in general, these documents largely bring Russian practices of working with religious organizations to the DPR and LPR. And these laws are more rigorous to small religious communities. I would even say that their activities are actually outlawed. If talking about religious persecutions in Donbass, Kozlovsky highlights 3 periods of religiously motivated persecutions in occupied Donbass. As you can see, the first period, it was maybe the most challenging when the power was concentrated by numerous gangs, ranging from the Russian Orthodox Army and the Most Glorious Legion of Dawn to Russian military, who took away religious buildings, captured the clergy, beat and even killed them. And to say briefly about these organizations, the Russian Orthodox Army, one of the most active unlawful paramilitary groups formed in February 2014, and there is countless number of cases of crimes, kidnappings, torture, ill treatment and murder that were alleged to have occupied in their headquarters in the city of Slovyansk in 2014. The same is applied to the Most Glorious Legion of Dawn. And also, there was a remarkable event in 2014 related to the interfaith prayer marathon in Donetsk city, when representatives of local churches united to form the Donetsk Council of Churches, comprised of more than 60 churches of different denominations. This council set up a daily prayer marathon in one of the main squares of the Donetsk city, and they prayed for the peace, for the protection of the unity of Ukraine, and on several occasions, local pro-Russian combatants vandalized the tent and also threatened clergymen and common people with violence. And there were not only the threats, some people were imprisoned, as you can see here in this picture. Here's the Professor Kozlovsky. Actually, he was my university professor and my graduate work supervisor, and he was imprisoned for 2 years by the DPR authorities and luckily released 2 years ago. The Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Moscow Patriarchy was hardly the only denomination not affected by this pressure. In such circumstances, this church fell into a privileged position for its canonical subordination to the Russian Orthodox Church and ideological consonance with the Kremlin policy. They provided a special simplified legalization procedure for this church, and under the guise of this religion, pro-Russian combatants tried to affirm the ideas of the Russian world in the self-proclaimed republics. Other denominations met serious discrimination from the occupational administration during their activities. Among the main targets of religious persecutions, there was the Orthodox Church of Kiev Patriarchy, Greek Catholics, Protestants, Jehovah's Witnesses, Muslims, etc. These communities were under the pressure, and actually there was a biased attitude of the occupation administrations when registering the communities of these confessions and denominations, and they were kidnapped, beaten, as you can see, and even murdered, unfortunately. And when it comes to assessments of religious freedom in Donbass by international community, we should mention a report of the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, where they say about the increasing number of attacks on Protestant, Mormon, Roman Catholic churches in the areas controlled by the armed groups. In 2019, the US Commission on International Religious Freedom reported that separatist governments were deeply suspicious towards religious group other than the Russian Orthodox Church and continued to persecute religious minorities through legal restrictions, confiscation of property, prosecution, and harassment. And in view of the above, the US Commission recommended the State Department to designate Russia as a country of particular concern and impose sanctions specific to its religious freedom violations. And in conclusion, speaking about religious freedom, as well as religiously motivated persecutions in Donbass, in the occupied part of the Donbass, we should distinguish two dimensions. First, there are cases of repression against representatives of a religious organization. Here we're talking about the facts of kidnapping, torture, seizures of religious buildings. And secondly, there are systematic violations in the sphere of freedom of conscience as a result of framing a special legal background for in the DPR and LPR. And today, there are no objections that religious factor is one of the tools of hybrid war of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. However, unlike the Crimea, Russian authorities refuse to take legal responsibility for everything that happens in the occupied territories of Donbass. Therefore, the situation is further complicated by the lack of legitimate authorities that would be able to bear responsibility for religious policy and operate within the framework of international commitments in regard of human rights. Thus, the problem needs both relevant research and professional practical solutions. Thank you for your attention. If there are any questions, they are welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Geraskov. Yes, we have one question from Mr. Gregor Christiansmeyer.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I was just not sure because the view changed fundamentally from when I was still a part of the panel. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. It was really interesting to get an insight into this important developments in Eastern Ukraine. I would be interested in two questions, actually. So the first question would be, you've mainly been discussing the situation within the region, but how is the contact of the religious organizations themselves to their local parishes, their local communities, groups, whatever, done? Because many of them belong to bigger institutions that maybe are not themselves set up in Eastern Ukraine. So it might be just interesting to have a look at limitations or not existing limitations in this kind of exchange. And the second question would be whether there is some kind of institutionalization of religious freedom within the administration of these separatist provinces. So do they have somebody to whom the groups could theoretically apply, or is there not even a way to issue complaints concerning the difficult situation? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions. When talking about institutionalization, of course, there are some legislative procedures in these unrecognized republics. They have special units under the under the local ministries of culture that are responsible for, say, registering religious organizations, or they can negotiate if there are some conflicts. But of course, this process is quite specific if compared, for example, to Ukraine, to Ukraine or any other country with some operating legal framework, because there's a prejudice for some confessions. I mean, for the loyal attitude to one confession, the Orthodox Church under the Moscow Patriarchy, And this discourse was imposed by the previous leader of the Donetsk People's Republic, Alexander Zakharchenko, who said that in this land there should be only 4 confessions that we think to be, how can I say, normal, he said. Orthodox Church under the Moscow Patriarchy, Roman Catholicism, Muslims, and Jews. Other confessions became beyond, and they happen to be outside the law. And in this regard, it's very difficult for other confessions, say some Protestant denominations, to be registered or to expect some objective attitude from the point of view of such logics by the local authorities. And of course, if talking about the communication of the local religious organizations with some religious centers, it depends on whether these centers are located. For example, for the Orthodox Church Moscow Patriarchy, there are no problem because they are subordinated. They think themselves to subordinate to the Russian Orthodox Church, and they operate thinking themselves to be a part of this church. But in case of the Ukrainian Orthodox Church of Kiev Patriarchy or some other confessions that are outlawed, of course, they had to move and to leave this region to survive. And now, as far as I know, they are not operating in this unrecognized territories.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And we have another question from Mr. Attila Todd. Please.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm a landscape architect and landscape planner by profession, and we have a project running on small sacred monuments and sacred architecture in cultural landscapes. And I was wondering, because you were focusing on different religious groups and different religious preferences in the region, whether there is a clear manifestation of one of these beliefs in the landscape, as we know it in other cultural regions, that there are small historical features which form the cultural landscape, whether this has a tradition also in different regions or in the one specific region of Ukraine, and whether this has a significance in current days.
Sorry, so your question is?
My question is about the sacral monuments. So like roadside crosses, shrines, monuments, statues, which represent the belief. They are typical for Orthodox or for Catholic cultural regions. Whether you have knowledge of this kind of monuments also in the studied region.
You mean what is the situation with the sacred with these monuments in the occupied territories now?
Yes, and what and how it relates to the distribution of the different religious groups.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. Actually, this also depends on the positioning a religious group inside this legislative field. If it fits this field, the sacred objects are untouchable, and but in case it doesn't fit, for example, I know the cases of some vandalization, the holy objects of some Protestant denominations like Mormons. And I know that in one Mormons community, they made something like administration office for registering marriages, instead of inside this building. Or in some cases, there were, of course, some hostile attitude in case of, say, Donetsk Christian University and its library. Of course, there were precedents of stealing some things, and this case is unfortunately happening, and it depends on the local authorities' prejudice in regard to some confession, some particular confession. So we can only guess how many objects were destroyed or vandalized in these territories, because it's quite difficult to obtain valid data in this situation. But sometimes I can hear from media that there's a violence directed to the some sacred objects, some objects of cultural significance and heritage.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we have another question from Ms. Magdalena Koenig, please.
I have a more conceptual question. In the beginning, you made a distinction, and also in your title, between religious security and religious freedom. And I'm wondering why you make that distinction, and whether this is, where is the analytical benefit of having two concepts? So can the one exist without the other, or are they actually interrelated?
Yes, thank you for your question. It's rather two aspects of describing the religious situation, two aspects that we can measure anyhow. And when talking about religious freedom, we assess it based on some parameters like described in international reports described previously. When talking about religious security, of course, these concepts are interconnected, and they intertwine each other, maybe enrich each other. When talking about religious talking about research of public policy in the sphere of religion, actually both concepts largely depend on the government's policy in the sphere of religion. And of course, the problem with the occupied territories is the difference between the common government's policy in Ukraine and government policy inspired by the Russian world narratives. And when talking about the Russian world and its interpretation by the Western experts, of course, we understand that there are some there's some misunderstanding of this concept because it's mixing disinformation with ideology, and but in fact it's mainly depend on how we interpret it. And our interpretation of religious freedom and religious security above mentioned let us crystallize some ideas, this problem related to religious situation in the Donetsk and Lugansk areas.
Thank you very much, Mr. Geraskov. And if there are no other questions, I would suggest that we proceed to the short coffee break for the 15 minutes. That means we see each other at 3:15. I would like to thank you, Mr. Gerasko, for your deep elaboration on the role of religion in the Eastern Ukraine conflict. And yeah, as I said, we will meet once again in around 15 minutes. It means 3:15. Thank you very much and see you soon. Okay, welcome back to our second part of the second panel. First of all, many thanks once again to the three speakers from the first part of the second panel. And now we are going to proceed to the topic, which might be to a certain extent quite different from what we heard so far, but on the other hand, pretty related to the common European culture. Together with Attila Toth, we are going to take a closer look on the topic of the landscape narrative for enhancing common European diversities. Please, Mr. Toth, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll share my screen. Give me a few seconds. I hope you can see now my slides full screen.
Yes.
Okay, good. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Attila Toth. I'm a landscape architect and planner. And I work in this field with a specific focus on green infrastructure and nature-based solutions. And for this forum and for its specific topic on European narratives in search for common diversity, I was thinking about how to present the best the landscape perspective or the landscape narrative, as this is from my point of view an approach which might be useful for all of us to approach the topic of our common diversity and common heritage, because on the one hand we have many things in common, on the other hand we have many diversities in the European context, and this is very well represented as well by cultural landscapes. So the question which brought me to this answer on European cultural landscape was what is common and what can create common diversities across different Europe's regions. And I think this is also well represented by the Danube region. If we look at the Danube region and think about all the countries, we find many common things, especially the political or historical context, a shared history and shared values. And this is also quite significantly reflected in cultural landscapes and in different features in the cultural landscape. I've highlighted here the Danube region. In landscapes, when we think about regional dimension, we barely use the administrative borders because it's mostly given by geographic features, sometimes by cultural and historical shared values and shared contexts. So here we might, because this relates very well to the IDM and also to the Danube region, then also the common language in shared European cultural landscapes would be the landscapes along the Danube. Here we can see a typical historical map from an 18th century military mapping, which was the first military mapping in the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. And this is depicting the surroundings of Bratislava. So you can see the river of Danube, how different it was compared to what it is now, and how the landscape along the Danube was and has been changing throughout the time. And just for you to make a small excursus, because I guess there are not so many landscape specialists among us or landscape professionals. So I have prepared a small, like a flight through the Danube from its beginning to its end to show what I mean by cultural landscape diversity and cultural landscape differences. If we look for common diversities. So here you can see the Danube Spring in Germany in the Black Forest. This is, of course, this has been modified. You can see here historic and cultural significance, which was attributed to the Danube Spring historically. And this is a couple of kilometers down the stream, which is the National Park Donauauen in Austria. This is a part of Danube which is being protected as a national park. And this strip is between Vienna and the national border between Austria and Slovakia. It shows how different Danube can be compared to other parts where it is more regulated and where it is also in urban or rural contexts. And here it is with typical floodplain forests. So this is again a different type of value than we have seen in the previous slide, which was more cultural and historically highlighted. A couple of kilometers again down the stream, we can find a rather technical and regulated manifestation of this landscape by the Gabčíkovo hydroelectric power plant, which has been a widely discussed issue in the historical period of the second half of the 20th century. And it has, on one hand, a significant contribution to renewable energy sources. On the other hand, it was very well and very thoroughly discussed because of its critical change in the landscape character in the Danube region. In Budapest, which is cited as one of the most beautiful cities on the Danube, or also as the pearl of the Danube region, you can see again a significant change compared to the previous slides, because as you can see, the riverfront is recognized as a shared UNESCO heritage site. So it becomes from a rather technically dominated and everyday monumental landscape, it becomes an outstanding urbanized landscape, which has significant historical and cultural monuments and values, which are of, again, of a certain diversity to us, and they create also shared value and heritage. Moving further down, we go through a regional and cross-border situation where this riverine landscape has the potential to overcome borders and to join different cultures on different sides of the border. So again, the language speaks, the language which the landscape speaks makes common interests on each side of the border, because it's a shared value. It's again a shared identity, which is not divided by national or regional borders. And this goes on to a vast and natural riverine landscape at the Danube Delta in Romania, which has a very important contribution to biodiversity enhancement on one hand and climate action on the other hand, which is on the European landscape policy and environmental agenda currently. So this was just a brief overview for you to get a bit more familiar with the topic of landscape diversity and common and shared values and heritage and identities which come along with the landscape. And now I'm going to move towards explaining what the landscape narrative from my perspective means if we talk about cultural diversity. Cultural diversity, when we look at landscape, we in landscape fields, we often talk about cultural landscapes. These are landscapes which have been modified by the human society throughout a longer period of time, and they have created specific cultural landscapes. And these landscapes, of course, have been formed by politics, have been formed by different cultures, have been formed by different groups of people, and this created specific diversities and features in the landscape, which lead us to a statement that the landscape narrative is an approach which we can use when we talk about shared diversities. In my understanding, the landscape narrative can link us to two strategic aims, which are highly significant from environmental policy point of view at the European level. This is that we want to preserve our cultural and historical heritage, our values, identities, and diversities on one hand, and we also need to we are in a critical need of meeting the global sustainable development goals as challenges at the global level. And if we turn to the European regional level, then we can relate it to strategic aims and targets, especially in the climate, environmental, and landscape sectors. From this point of view, the European Landscape Convention is of particular importance and interest for us. Because it talks about landscapes as our living natural and cultural heritage. And besides highlighting exceptional landscapes or outstanding landscapes, which I have shown previously as well, it talks also about everyday landscapes. And everyday landscapes, as we understand it in our everyday lives, they very well reflect the culture and the diversity of different groups, also including the Danube region and the Danube area. The Landscape Convention aims to reinforce the presence of the landscape as a value to be shared by different cultures. So again, we arrive at the point of shared values and in different cultures along the Danube. I've highlighted from the Global Sustainable Development Goals some of those which are of particular importance, especially for the landscape narrative, and that they can be achieved through a landscape narrative. And this is especially the climate action, life on land and below water. It is about sustainable cities and communities, which is to be achieved also through partnerships for the goals. And nonetheless, it is also very important for the communities because of good health and well-being in our landscapes. When thinking and talking about the EU environmental policies, we might highlight the current EU climate action, the European Green Deal as one of the most important policies these days. At the European level, the EU Biodiversity Strategy to 2030 and the European Green Infrastructure Strategy. All of these, of course, relate to a certain extent to what we are all asked to achieve as part of the European family. So this is our homework as well. And I think if we talk about the cultural diversities and shared diversities, we might arrive at this point when thinking about the landscape narrative. What kind of actions do we have to take? Just a few graphics to highlight some of the points of the EU Green Deal, which is, for instance, the transformation of agriculture and rural areas, which again bear quite a significant extent of diversity in the landscape. The farm to fork strategy, and the simplified CAP, which targets also to rural areas especially, and preserving Europe's natural capital, which certainly the Danube and its accompanying landscapes are. There's a green infrastructure, which again shows how the diversity comes up in the landscape narrative when approaching our cultural values. And this is well, not a typical, but an example of a cultural landscape in Europe, which shows what kind of different components the landscape is bearing, like multifunctional farming, biodiversity-rich urban areas with green walls, beehives, green roofs, and so on, and also natural areas like the Natura 2000 forest, which is again something that we all share in our pan-European networks. And the key issues when it comes to landscape research is the climate and the biodiversity action, because we have a climate crisis and at the same time we have a biodiversity crisis. And I have highlighted in the word biodiversity the part diversity, which is again an approach that we can look at when thinking about diversity related to the natural capital of the countries in the Danube region and area. So I think I'm arriving to the end of my time slot, so I would like to conclude some of the thoughts which I have tried to sum up in the previous slides. And this is that I believe that our European cultural landscape is what is common at this, and on the one hand to all of us, and it is also a certain collection of diversities in the landscape and cultures of our communities. And therefore, landscape can be seen as a good basis for searching for our common identity-based policies across national and political spectrums, which is, I think, is an important step between the European policies and the national legislations. And I think here the Danube region should or could play an important role in searching for a common landscape policy along the Danube and the cross borders. So I think I have been quite exotic to some of you because I have been following all the previous lectures and talks, and therefore I am also very grateful that I have been selected as one of the speakers, because I think that for me it was quite important to highlight this approach and understanding of our common vision and common goals and aims through the landscape. And perhaps to some of you might be interesting that there will be a landscape forum, as it is every year. We had one this year in Bratislava. Next year it will be in Gdansk. And just to make it clear that through the landscape we also try to approach other professions and other specialists, also outside of the network of landscape architects. And I think related to the topics we have heard before, landscape democracy, heritage and identities, and the shared landscape vision might be of particular interest to some of you. So I'm inviting you to consider your participation next year in the forum, and we will be very grateful to have your expertise in different fields which can be related to somehow to landscape. So thank you for your attention. And if there are some questions or urges to discuss or ask, then feel free.
Thank you very much, Mr. Todd. Actually, I have a couple of questions for you. Just a second. You mentioned at the very last point this forum organized by the Le Notre Institute. I would be interested about this part, landscape and democracy. Could you tell us more about it, about the connection between landscape and democracy?
Yes. Well, this relates to a certain extent to what I have presented on the European Landscape Convention. Because the European Landscape Convention defines landscape not really geographically, but it defines landscape much rather politically or socially. And it says that landscape is a space as perceived by people, as understood by people. So the concept of landscape and democracy is well linked to seeing the landscape as something what is perceived and understood by people or used by people. And in this concept, this is highly relevant, especially in countries where different groups and societies have the right to landscape, and they can participate on planning the landscape, designing the landscape, creating the landscape, preserving the landscape. So it is about the specific link between different societal and ethnical groups and their democratic right to landscape, to forming the landscape, to planning the landscape, and to deciding about the landscape. So this, maybe in a simplified way, I could say that this is somehow a manifestation of democracy in the landscape.
Okay, thank you very much. That's highly interesting. I would also ask you, because you mentioned at the beginning you mentioned the Gabčíkovo hydropower plant, and we know that there was a big controversy when this dam was under construction. How is it this plant perceived nowadays in Slovakia or maybe in Hungary?
Well, I think it was highly controversial, especially in the period when it was built and constructed. But as you might know, it was a different political context at the time, and the decisions were highly top-down. So perhaps in the form as we know it now, it might not be possible in these times to create something of this kind. So the perception at that time, I think, especially on the Hungarian side, was highly critical because it had a serious impact on the Hungarian side of this Danube landscape. And also on the Slovak part, it was criticized especially by environmentalists and environmental specialists because of its significant impact on the landscape. So this is one part of the perception. The other part, we have to also see it as a generator of clean energy, in a way, in a renewable energy, which is highly in line now with what the EU climate action and the EU landscape and environmental policies want from us. So it is hard to say it's black or white. I think it's in a way a gray in terms of perception. So there are groups which are in favor of it, and there are groups which are or have been against it. But from a longer period of understanding, I think now all of these emotions which have been linked to this construction are gone by now, and now it's more or less perceived as an organic part of the cultural landscape in Central Europe, just as it was also with the wind power energy plants. But they have been not as a big intervention in the landscape as such power plants like Gabčíkovo is.
And are there any buildings under constructions on the Danube River currently which might be maybe controversial, or it's not the case?
Well, I'm not really so much focusing on Danube in my research. So this was because of this forum that I have prepared and looking for a common landscape language, which I arrived at the Danube. There have been constructions on the Danube, not only in Gabčíkovo, but all along the Danube, also in Austria and all the way down to Romania. So there are a couple of power plants. But I think this period when these constructions have been done is more or less behind us, and now much more the thinking and planning conceptions go into the direction of preserving the unique landscapes along the Danube. So there are, for instance, I can say an example from Slovakia. There are discussions about how to possibly continue this national park concept, what we have on the Austrian side, and how to have it at least on certain parts of the Danube, also on the Slovak side.
Thank you very much. As I can see, we had a question from Mr. Kovas. Is it still relevant?
Yes, I really liked the topic you presented, since I'm also focusing somewhat on the landscape topic tomorrow, but this is the for tomorrow. I was just gonna ask as to what kind of landscape we could see as positive in terms of carbon sequestration. You mentioned also climate change and the importance of, for instance, the Danube River in this, for instance, in Romania. So my question would be, which kind of landscape would be attributable or good for carbon sequestration, and how maybe the European policies that you mentioned and the strategies could bolster this trend?
Well, the European environmental policies highly support now nature-based solutions and also the green infrastructure. So when I think about carbon sequestration, then the landscape approach in this would be preserving the shared European natural capital, which we have so far. This is integrating Natura 2000, which is a series of protected areas. And in terms of carbon sequestration, it is highly important to have wetlands, and it is highly important to have woodlands. So this is something what brings me to the statement that we need to have protected landscapes on one hand, but we need to have also just as important are smart nature-based solutions. So it can be also constructed wetlands and constructed woodlands, which can be seen as nature-based solutions against flood or against drought, long period droughts. So we need to look for highly effective nature-based solutions which can be implemented also on brownfields or around cities. And we need to think about greening cities, and the green infrastructure concept at the European level. The EU Green Infrastructure Strategy from 2013 also says that these green infrastructure elements and landscape parts should be highly multifunctional. So they have to fulfill several needs at the same time. So a smart solution would be one which promotes natural capital, which enhances biodiversity, and which at the same time has a series of ecosystem services, such as preventing floods in urban areas, or preventing long-term droughts, and dealing with stormwater, catching up stormwater, sequestrating carbon because of the climate action, and so on. So what type of landscapes? I think it's a combination of preserved natural landscapes and smartly constructed and developed semi-natural landscapes based on the concept of nature-based solutions.
Thank you very much.
I think we have another question from Ms. Koenig, if I'm right.
Yes, that's correct. Hi. Thanks a lot for your interesting presentation. I'm wondering, you talk about landscapes and you talk about diversity in those landscapes. I'm wondering if you also experience diversity, in what constitutes a landscape among your colleagues, other academics or government officials, anyone you work with across country borders, across the region. I'm wondering if that also plays a role in what you study eventually. Do you know what I mean?
Yes, thank you for this very interesting and good question, because this is something what we very often discuss, and this was also part of a research initiative within the European network of landscape architecture schools. where we looked at what landscape means, how it is defined in national languages, because this is also very important, how locals and national communities define a landscape, how they understand and how they perceive a landscape. And these debates have led also to the European Landscape Convention, which says landscape as perceived by people. So perception of what landscape is and what it isn't, or what it is constituted of, is highly diversified across Europe. So the original term of Landschaft, coming from the Dutch language, or also the landscape or Landschaft as a definition, is to a certain extent differently interpreted in people's perceptions, as it is, for instance, the Slavic krajina, because this is again something what brings the dichotomy into understanding natural and urban, and giving it into a contrast. Whereas Landschaft or landscape is thinking about a certain piece of land or a certain framed landscape as it is seen and perceived. And this is also the way how we perceive is also dependent on the different fields. If I leave now alone, or if I leave out now how people perceive the landscape, which is given by a series of background and social status and so on, then in landscape professions it is also highly different. If we talk to landscape ecologists, if we talk to landscape architects, landscape planners, so the definition would differ in scale, would differ in social or natural way of seeing the landscape, and also in the way of whether we focus more on natural or on cultural features in the landscape. So this is also a good point what you raised, that that is highly interesting and relevant to be shared among different countries, for instance, also in the Danube region.
Thanks a lot.
So if there are no other questions, I would like to thank you, Mr. Todd, for your contribution. And we proceed to the very last presentation of the first day of our forum, which will be the mobile application as a welcoming guide between digital mediation and culture, provided by Ms. Olga Usachova, who is currently visiting doctoral research fellow at the Technical University of Munich. Please, Ms. Usachova, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. I'm just trying to share my screen, one moment, okay. Yeah, all right, so thank you very much for a nice presentation. I also would like to say that except of the visiting fellow with Munich Center for Technology and Society, I also doing my PhD at the University of Padova in Italy. And today I would like to bring you a rather sociological perspective. And this talk and presentation will be regarding my PhD project. And I'm particularly focusing on the role of digital technology for the social inclusion and integration of migrants. So today I would like to speak and guide you through the introduction. Then I would like to speak regarding the facts and figures, then regarding the methodology of my study, findings, and then the conclusions. All right, so considering the increasing ubiquity of digital technology in people's everyday life, and particularly the emphasis on the digitalization of migration governance, scholars working in the field of media and digital migration studies argue that the use of mobile phones during and after migration journey influences the whole migration experience. So this research contributes to such work by focusing on mobile applications and digital platforms, as well as dichotomies of their usage among refugees and migrants, particularly in Germany. Such applications were developed starting from 2015 in Germany. However, it is no surprise that contemporary experience of migrants' integration in a host country has come to be shaped by technological advancement. In this regard, some scholars reconceptualize the whole experience of migration. So here I refer to the study of Cohen Lors and Kevin Smets that were published in 2019, arguing of the field of digital migration. And other scholars arguing regarding the reevaluation of local communication practices and infrastructures for opening the door of connected migrant. Here are the studies of Dana Diminescu that was first published in 2015 in France, and then translated to 2008 in English language, as well as a study of Katja Kaufmann that was working regarding the experience of using mobile phones by Syrian refugees in the city of Vienna. Other scholars as Marie Gillespie and her team from Open University in UK in 2019 published study regarding the use, the practices of use of mobile phones by Syrian refugees in Zaatari camp in Jordan. They arguing that refugees often lack sufficient and resilient information after arriving in a new environment. Moreover, studies by Long and Cohen Lors saying that refugees face complex information and communication challenges that may lead to social, economic, and cultural problems. As well as Amanda Lenjar from University of Amsterdam saying the use of digital technologies among refugees has been associated with potential for social inclusion and opportunity to enhance access to relevant information for their daily activities such as education, employment, health, and well-being, as well as social interaction. However, now, as we already know where we stand and what is the importance of mobile applications for all integration and social inclusion journey of the refugees, I would like to guide you in the facts and figures. Here we see the part of the report, of the latest report published by Federal Office of Migration in Germany. Just come to the figures, we see that in 2015, the total number of asylum applications in Germany was 441,000. Then in 2019, it was just 1,400. So we see the significant drop, more than and a half of application of people. However, regarding the regional representations and country representations, we see that in 2015, the most people were coming from Syrian Arab Republic, then it was Albania, Kosovo, and Afghanistan. Then in 2019, it's still Syria is the leading country where asylum applications, asylum seekers coming. Then it's Iraq, Turkey, and Afghanistan. At the same time, media constantly reported the use of the smartphone among newly arrived refugees. Here, the mainstream German media as Süddeutsche Zeitung were publishing in 2015. The article is "Cell phones are not a luxury item for refugees." Another article was published in Der Spiegel as well, saying regarding the Viber, Javier, and German vegetables, what's on refugee smartphones and what apps do they use? What do cell phones mean for them? So this question of using mobiles and smartphones for refugees becoming more and more discussed in the public. So now I would like to concretely guide you on the mobile apps, what is existing for refugees. So here citing the study of Stefan Gerl from University of Bremen, he found that if in 2016 we can see around 20 mobile applications for integration in Germany, so in 2020 there are more than 100. So here I just made a summary of them. So some of these applications were developed, I have to say, by governmental agencies. For example, here I refer to application of Uncommon that were developed by Federal Office of Migration in Germany, BAMF. And other applications were developed by civil society and civil society organizations and student initiatives, as for example, Integrate. However, today I would like to concentrate more on the application of Integrate. So here is how the web version of this application and the digital platform look like. So this application started in 2015 as a student initiative and were very much supported by the chair of information system and Technical University of Munich. And now this application implemented more than 55 municipalities of Germany have this application. So what is this application about? As Maximilian Schreck stated, this initiative provides information platform for refugees that is consisting from mobile application as well as a content management system in the backend. Municipality is basically responsible for the content that this application is having. So they able to provide or enter this information on the backend. Then also I have to point that here's from the blog of the Integrate. Integrate having the 5 years celebration, so it's considered to be very successful project nowadays. As well as down photo, you can see that professor also from the Sydney University, Walter Fernandez, was quite interesting to have this application also in Australia. So now soon this application also will be working in Australia. The research questions, what I was interested in, what is the role of this mobile application in the welcoming culture of society, and how cultural differences are represented in the content of integration application. So my methodology and method what I used, I did 2 times of field work from November 2019 to January 2020. Then it was interrupted due to the coronavirus restrictions, and then August 2020 and October 2020. I was hosted by Munich Center for Technology and Society. Then it consists by 46 individual interviews with 26 refugees and 20 developers, implementers, or I mean representatives of municipalities and the social workers, as well as app content analysis and participant observation. Also, I have to spend some words regarding the access to the field was granted thanks to the Bellevue de Monaco. Bellevue de Monaco is a community center cooperative which has the aim of supporting refugees with housing as well as the cultural activities. So basically they're providing German courses as well as work integration, sport activities. Then it was the Über den Tellerrand community in Munich as a network that trying to bring together people around the common meal, or sharing the meal, and facilitate encounters and exchange between different cultures. As well as the Potpourri Munich, this initiative not existing anymore, but it was a community established to bring together people from different cultures through sharing a meal, and was supported by the City Church of Munich. Here I would like just to briefly show you, but I will not go in detail of the actors, of the network of actors involved in the development and the implementation of this application. So we can see here is a mobile application in the center, and then we have developers, implementers, migration office that responsible for migration policies, as well as the users. However, now I would like to give you some quotations, some excerpts, then we can work on and draw our findings. So this is taken from the sections from different cities. Here I just took 2 of them. One is coming from the section of Munich city, another from Alb-Donau. So here I would like just to stress regarding the formulation and the, let's say, cultural representation, welcoming cultural representation for refugees in this app. So the Munich city states that this guide will support you in your everyday life in Munich. Here you will find important addresses, contact person, as well as the tips and tricks to help you feel at home in Munich. We hope this app will make your life in Munich a little easier. We welcome you to the global city of Munich. So in this way, we see very welcoming and very encouraging to use this application. However, if we see some English version of, for example, Alb-Donau session, that they use a lot of such imperative like must, should. So you must have a lot of questions about life in the district of Alb-Donau. And this app is meant to serve as a guide, but it cannot be a substitute for the personal advice and support. So in this way, we also see kind of discouraging, not discouraging, but probably something that how to say, saying our imperative way how you should use the app and how you should behave in this new environment. However, along with this, I would like also to bring some quotations coming from the users, what users saying about these applications. And this is also, I would like to say, in a certain way, dichotomies of usage. So if we might imagine that users are very happy of using it, however, I would say that in a certain way, I saw also a lot of reporting of non-use. So here I just bring example of some critical ones. So the Syrian male respondent says us that this application, he means integrate, is not for me. I don't need any information in Arabic. As I can now read and understand German, I usually check official website of Munich city. So here we see that some of the refugees and migrants don't need any more support in their local languages. Then Syrian male respondent also says that I got to know about it during the training for the consultant organized by Stadt Dachau. So he tried to use, I tried to use it, to use this application by myself, as I was looking for the information how to apply for a long-term permit in Germany, but as I didn't find it useful, I decided to delete it from my phone. So here we see some kind of occasional using, or if people doesn't find relevant information for them, they basically use it once and then never use again, never come again for this. And then just coming to the findings, what we can draw from this, that the content of mobile application is representing the welcoming culture of different municipalities. So as we see, the language is different, as well as some municipalities, particularly in Bavaria, implementing such kind of guide of language. So it's not only German, as well as easy German, so German that basically easy to understand for everyone, but as well as local languages or local dialect as Bavarian, for example. Then together with the need of information and support, we can see the rejection of use of such mobile applications coming from the user side, as well as imperative forms can be the reason of the rejection of use and asking better for the personal consultation from the social workers. The content of mobile application does not fully match the needs of migrants, and in this sense, during my interviews with implementers and with different representatives of municipalities, not much of them were reporting regarding the co-creation process. So just creating the content together with the user, together with the refugees to make this content usable in a way later on. So I would say in order to make this application work and also to users to use it, we have to understand wherever the specific forms of support are actually desired by those whom they support, or wherever the proposed intervention is response to the problem is actually addressing the fundamental issues at hand, or is just a temporary support that probably was needed in times that the refugees and migrants were coming to Germany in the big numbers. And coming basically to the end, conclusions of my presentation today would be that mobile application for integration seen as mediator of the local welcoming culture. I would like just to stress again of the local, because actually municipality is responsible for the content and trying to mediate their culture and their attitude towards refugees and migrants. However, as we see, there are a lot of these digital tools, digital platforms already developed. So, and in this case, I would say that more cooperation and coordination between different digital initiatives is necessary to address the challenges sustainably, because what we see sometimes that even, for example, Uncommon app, if it was very much usable and very much useful app in 2015, probably now it's not the case anymore. So the cooperation and coordination definitely could strengthen the sustainability and long-term life of these solutions. And then also we have to remember that the orientation and integration process mostly facilitated by human actors, such as social workers, ethnic asylum seekers, as well as social ties. So in this way also we have to critically basically reflect on the way what is how these mobile applications can be seen, what is the added value of this mobile application, because this mobile application in most cases my respondents were receiving information from their social workers. So the information received from social workers having, in a way, a better rating than information from the digital source. And this, I would like to thank you for attention, and I'm very much open for the questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Usachova. And we have one question from Ms. Koenig, please.
Hi, thanks a lot for your interesting presentation. I'm wondering, I am from Germany, and I followed the integration debates that we are having in Germany, and that are heavily centered around what is German culture, actually, and where the COVID-19 crisis also turns this imagination on its head. And I'm wondering if what kind of a cultural imagination of Germany do those apps convey?
Mm-hmm. Right. Thank you very much for your question. It's very much interesting one. I would say again, I just have to probably to explain better that when I speak about culture, is probably I refer to the content of the applications, basically. So. And the culture that they convey, for example, I can speak about the case of Bavaria. Usually this, in the content of this application, information about this application, you can see the introduction also to Bavarian, I don't know, traditions, Bavarian language, how would you say in Bavarian that and that. So in this way, I would say this app is not convey, let's say, the general information about Germany, but also this cultural context in particular regions. So, and I found this very much useful because people who use it usually stay in this region. So in this way, the app is playing the role of mediator of culture. Even then we have a question of the usage of this app. However, what the municipality trying to represent this app is that the kind of say not the unite German culture, if it's existing even, but the local culture. And I guess this is the added value. I don't know if I reply to the question.
Yes, thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Ms. Usachova. I would have also one question. I can imagine that the first barrier which the newcomers are confronting with is the language. Mm-hmm. I would like to ask you if these applications, here speaking about integrate applications, if it's somehow interconnected with maybe with the organizations providing the language courses, or maybe with other organizations which can be useful for the very newcomers arriving to Germany, for example.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Thank you very much for this question, because I didn't really underline this point, but I have to say that the added value of this particular application of Integrate, I'm speaking about that it's supported in different languages. So it's not only the German language, for example, but now they're also implementing, a lot of municipalities implementing the easy German. So, for example, if asylum seekers already have some level of German, but is not yet to read, I don't know, Süddeutsche Zeitung, for example, but to understand basic ideas, they already have easy German. But the added value that municipality, we have the 55 municipalities nowadays who implemented this app. The minimum languages every municipality has is 4. So it's usually German, then probably easy German, then English and Arabic. This is the composition, usual composition. However, some municipalities implemented up to 10 languages because they are shifting from the perspective of users. So if it's in 2015, it was the perspective that is migrants, and if I was showing the numbers, so most of the people who were coming to Germany and still coming is from Syria. So the support in Arabic language, for example, then coming, for example, Farsi, it's very much relevant and needed. So nowadays they're shifting to this understanding of the user as a migrant. So the people coming, for example, from Romania, they also have Romania, for example, the city of Regensburg. They have Polish language that also can provide information about the city and about services in different languages. However, coming to your questions regarding, so the main idea, the main aim of this application is to give information. For example, you're going to section of language learning, how to learn German, and you have to find all the offers in this particular city or the county that will lead you to the external pages where you can find what is who's the contact person and how you can easily learn the language.
Okay, thank you very much. And this Integrate application was developed in 2015.
Exactly. It started in 2015 as a student initiative, then was supported by Technical University of Munich because some of the students were from studying that time information systems there. Also was supported by the professor and the chair now, Professor Karczmar. And then at a certain point, it was an offer for municipalities to try for free this application. So they have sort of to say the prototype municipalities who were trying and giving their feedback how to improve this initiative. But then they receive the question from the city of Regensburg that they would like to implement it as a tool in their city. So then they founded the social enterprise that is based now in Augsburg, and this is Tour and Tour, the organization working for migrants, basically. And so it's called Digital Fabrik nowadays, this enterprise, and they providing this service for different municipalities. So that's why how it grow basically.
One more question: is there maybe any analysis how often is this application being used by the migrants
yes,
since 2015?
Yes. Okay. So in this point, I'm also very much curious about it, and what I try to do in my for my research for my PhD, I try to create this network. So coming from developers, then to implementers, and then to users who actually using, because this is the very very interesting question also for me to understand: is it usable, or yeah, what is the say the success story of the application and who's using it. So I have to say that the policy of the developers is open source. So they kind of trying to make it open. At the same time, they try to say that they don't want to track particular use. So it's possible nowadays, but they don't want to track. So the only statistics, basically what they have, and I also have partially of them, is how many people visiting the website, because app works as a mobile application as well as a digital platform, as the website basically. So how many people using app and how many people using the digital platform, as well in which language. So this is the only statistic the developers have, and they track and every month. So other than that, they say that they don't really want, for example, to track how many time or what kind of information people looking for. But it's somehow traceable through the feedback function. Because municipality also have this access, and they receive the feedback if people asking them something. So where we can more or less see if people use it and what is the struggles actually with this application. So this information is available, but it's from different municipalities.
Thank you very much. Really interesting. And we have one question from Ms. Burmester, please.
Thank you. Thanks for a really fascinating presentation, Olga. I have a question about your strategy of selecting your interviewees, especially the users, because I know that there must be certain problems, as you already pointed out a little bit. But you had these I think it was two quotes, right, of the users pointing to more to the problems in using and why they stopped using. And I was wondering if, first of all, this is representative of your interviews, or if maybe there's more of a nuance there. So does everybody start using it and then they realize it's actually not that useful and they stop using it? Is there maybe a difference depending on the particular situation or context that the user finds itself in? And then secondly, but this is very difficult because I assume you didn't interview people that are not using the app, because that must be very difficult to select. But that will be also interesting. So if you have any insights on this, why people are not using it at all.
Right. Thank you very much for this question, and it's really coming into the point of user. And What I'm trying to do, you're very right. It's quite hard to find the user, or like where do you find the user? What I'm trying to do, I'm trying to employ the methodology basically that was used or introduced, I would say better, in supply chain studies by Appadurai. So he was speaking about the following the things. So I tried to adapt it and have a following the up. I try to basically to go through the context. So when I have the interview with municipality or as an implementer, I'm asking them, okay, was your advertisement strategy? So, and they say me, okay, we have the network of partners, for example, the Caritas, Diakoni, and different other organizations working in migration field. So, and then I'm trying to approach them, or even they putting me in a particular contact with them. So, and then through these, let's say, gatekeepers, I have access to people who use it. So that was my methodological approach, how to find user, because otherwise, obviously, it's very, very hard. Regarding the people who are not using it, I tried, let's say, sort of experiment. I was going in a way where the migrants and basically also local people coming. Munich is this one of the Centre Bellevue de Monaco, and was trying to see what people use. So because my study, my PhD is a bit broader than just the case of integrate, it's one of the case. But I'm interested in general, what is the use of digital technology? If not integrate, what they use, and if they use this specific app, what is the added value of this specific application? So I had interviewed also people there, just basically who were coming and active there, and see what the apps they use and if they use any particular applications. So this is how I would say approach the non-user environment. But I totally agree, is very, very hard to kind of correlate between these users and non-users, as well as to find the real user.
Okay, thank you very much. So if there are no other questions, I would like to say that we arrived to the very end of the first day, not only of the second panel, but also of the first day of the IDM Young Scholars Forum. I would like to express many thanks to all speakers, not only from the second, but also from the first panel, for their highly interesting contributions. And yeah, I would say that I'm gonna to be joined by my colleague, Sebastian Schäffer. So I will just put.
Hello again. Also from my side, thank you very much. That has been very, very interesting. It's very unfortunate that we cannot continue in person now, but nevertheless, I think it worked well. It's an experiment. It's something that we definitely will further pursue. And we once again would like to draw your attention to the fact that we can offer you that some contributions are going to be published in the Donauraum, and we would very much appreciate if you could indicate to us if you plan to hand in something. That also goes, of course, for the two panels that are going to come tomorrow, but nevertheless, please let us know if you plan to hand something in. And then one more thing that I would like to draw your attention to, because in 40 minutes, we are going to have a discussion on Straßenstreit, heroes and fighting. It's not going to be about the MCU, but it's going to be connected to remembrance culture. It's in German, because we have published an issue on that topic in April of this year. So if you want to join, feel free. You find the link to the webinar on our website, IDM.at. You find it on Twitter, pinned at IDM Vienna. You find it on Facebook. Feel free. We have space if you want to join us. In any case, I am hoping that I will see you tomorrow in the morning at 9:30. Again, when we start with the third panel. And I also know that Thomas Dietz has been following the discussions here, and we are very much looking forward to him chairing the first panel, and we are also looking forward to Bettina Rausch chairing the second panel. So thank you very much again. Very sorry that we can't invite you to a glass of whatever beverage you prefer and something to eat, but nevertheless, stay with us, and looking forward to see you tomorrow.
Bye. Thank you.
Have a nice evening. Bye.
Bye-bye.